Chase State Farm to get the check.
The house.
The house is gone. It's just a fall out. All that is there is the chimney, and that's it. The appliances are the shell of the appliances. But that's it. Everything else. Let me tell you how hot it was. We went there. And you know, when you see company into the meter and then the meter was the gas was coming out of the pipe, so I shut it off at the valve. Changed the mailing address for whatever, and then I shut the gas off. The woman got this and was reflecting her equipment. I said, the gas was coming out of the ground. Well, there's nothing to burn. But the point is, I'm like, I really seriously now, so like shut off the gas and maybe.
Por eso no está primero lo que no tengo.
I didn't know it's
And I saw somebody.
Yeah, I think before
I saw somebody who was saying, Danny Coleman. Yeah, and I go, well, you know, for me, it's the only time I'm not even. I go, oh, sometimes you go, oh, no, white people. Yeah, contract. And I knew you know, but I know. So, some people would.
yeah. Yeah. That's why I love it.
I want to work in
Okay, good.
BSA in America, it's government. Yeah, that's what he put. And they said all this.
Minus next one. I think that's my last one. Yeah, maybe I'll write something special. Pues estaba contando the rotation. Yeah, no, I think it's the first week of February. We only have 3 more. That's it. 3 more. Y la nena, yeah. Is she doing spring sports? Spring sports? No.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah. February 22nd. Right?
I've done this.
¿Cuántos años tiene ella ahora? It's amazing how time flies. And she, well, it's kind of early, but where do you think she might want to go to college? She want to stay around? She want to stay home? Yeah. Tell her that the first 2 years of college are the same everywhere. Yeah, es más barato. So, yeah. Transfer student, mucho más barato. So, and you live, what are you closer to? Campus is Kendall too far? There's one at Homestead. Yeah, that's too far.
Only because
What's Kendall? Yeah.
he has like, every time I've asked him, you know how many hard drives I have? And
Okay. It's got everything there. Yeah. Also,
I can.
it's a real nice campus.
Email him.
North Campus es bueno también, pero es lejos.
Maybe he'll do it.
Pero I love, I taught my last 4 years at Kendall. I loved it because it was a real, I had a, I had a bunch of students. I got one year I had the whole male basketball team, because they have all the teams down there. Then I had the girls softball team. I had about half the girls softball team I had in my class. And I had some girl basketball and cross. Yeah, so ceiling there is, that's a good place to, if she would like to continue playing softball, it'll be an, they do baseball, all the people, and it's a camp. The coaches are really good. Very good.
Maybe stressful. I know, I started a trend. Oh, that's right.
Call the roll, please. Mayor Mitchell,
Here.
Vice Mayor Vasquez,
Here,
Councilman Santeen,
here.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Here.
Councilman Behet.
Here.
There is a quorum present.
Thank you. Please rise if you are able and join us for the invocation by Councilman Fahet.
We pray this evening for the agenda set before us and ask that we be granted the ability to work together in harmony when there's honest disagreement and dissent. We ask for the strength to speak up when given the opportunity to speak and the patience to listen receptively and empathically when it's time to listen. We ask for the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues that we encounter and a keen sense of the welfare and needs of our residents. May we be reminded that we're not only leaders, but also servants, and that it's our responsibility to serve the common good of all the residents of Miami Springs. Amen.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, to our January 27th regular council meeting. It's great to see so many people in the audience. And for those of you that are joining us virtually, welcome. Great to have you with us. We are going to start with, it's the beginning of the year. So I am going to deliver the State of the City report. It's lengthy, I'm warning you, so get comfortable. But I'm very happy that it's lengthy because it shows all, not all, this is just some, but highlighted a lot of what our city has accomplished this year. And when I say accomplished, I mean together, the community, the employees, the council, all of us. So Dear Miami Springs community, as we start another year, we have so much to be proud of in our beautiful city. I wanted to share some of what we have accomplished together as a community in 2024 and some of the plans for 2025. My commitment to serve the residents of Miami Springs has never wavered, and one of my priorities has been to increase the flow of information and communication between the city and our community. At the beginning of last year, I presented the first ever State of the City report describing the city's accomplishments in 2023. I am now pleased to again present the State of the City report highlighting the city's accomplishments in 2024 and plans for 2025. Indeed, it's my hope that the State of the City report will become an annual tradition for future Miami Springs mayors. I'm pleased to report that in 2024, in addition to increasing public safety, investing and expanding our programming and services to meet the needs of our residents and businesses, our city has accomplished the following. We successfully balanced the budget while lowering our residents' millage property tax rate for fiscal year 2024-25. The lowering continues Miami Springs' trajectory of 12 continuous years with no increase in the millage rate. And this is quite an accomplishment, as the unprecedented inflation of the past 2 years has significantly increased operating costs for all cities. We secured $1.3 million in state appropriations for 2024, thanks to the support of our state senator, Brian Avila, and state representative, Alex Rizzo. We'll be using the $1 million for stormwater improvements on Forest Drive and $375,000 for our senior meals. We received preliminary approval for a federal appropriation of $500,000, thanks to the support of our U.S. Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart. This will be used for new police vehicles, and this funding has been approved in congressional committee. It's now awaiting approval in the House. We reopened the golf course after significant investment in resodding to ensure our city's top-notch public golf course status. We completed the South Royal Poinciana Boulevard traffic calming and beautification project, which included the addition of a dedicated bikeway, and this project was completed under budget. We started construction on the East Drive and Oakwood Avenue stormwater improvement projects to improve our city's drainage, flood control, and water management system. We commenced construction on the Hook Square Pump House project, addressing a critical infrastructure need. We updated the Hook Square in the Central Business District with new curbing and striping to make it more attractive. We commenced renovation of the Veterans Memorial on Curtis Parkway, which is being funded by a state appropriation, and the project is expected to be completed in March 2025. We provided Westward Drive median with electrical outlets to enhance the beautification of public spaces in the downtown area, and our holiday decors this past year have never been better. We updated the city's fleet with the addition of a new garbage truck, 2 new crane trucks for bulk trash pickup, and 7 new police vehicles. We completed the master parking study for the city's downtown central business district and began implementation of actions to address the key findings. We installed new signs to improve parking information in the downtown central business district and along Canal Street. We approved measures to implement parking enforcement in the downtown central business district to improve parking availability for all. And these enforcement measures will take place in mid-2025. We progressed with the vision of the designation of the Southeast Springs area by commencing the process of rezoning Northwest 36th Street and the Abraham Track, the area owned by the city just west of Lejeune. This process will continue in 2025. We revised solid waste fees to reflect the city's actual cost of providing effective municipal services for our community. We established a new partnership contract with CMI to continue the restoration, preservation, and operation of our beloved historic Curtis Mansion. We expanded our recreational opportunities and facilities with 4 new pickleball courts at the tennis center, a new batting cage, and shade canopies at Prince Field, and the addition of 4 additional family fun nights. Our community values healthy, active lifestyles, and we saw that reflected in the 10% increase in participation in this past year's 5K run. We established a joint use agreement thanks to the support of our school board member, Dan Espino, with Miami-Dade Public Schools for after-hours use by residents of the outdoor basketball courts at the high school. And this access will begin early in 2025. We opened a passport acceptance facility at City Hall where residents and visitors can apply or renew passports, and we even take passport photos on site. We continue to improve and expand communications with our community via increased use of the city's newsletters, social media, surveys, website, and emergency alert system. We continued increasing awareness of City Council decisions by posting an actions taken summary of council meetings on our website and social media. We welcomed 63 new businesses to the city this past year. Many of the new businesses are located in the Central Business District and near the Circle, and I hope you will visit them and welcome them. We created the city's business promotion project, whereby we produce and post inviting videos of local businesses on our website and social media and encourage the community to visit them. The promotion service is available free of charge to Miami Springs businesses. We co-hosted with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau a gathering of Miami Springs hotel owners and managers to foster a joint vision for opportunities and success. We initiated plans with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Rotary Club for a small business summit to be held in 2025 with Miami Springs business owners to advance a joint vision for opportunities and success. We revised the city's tree ordinance to better protect and expand our valued tree canopy and enhance sustainability. We completed revisions of the ordinance pertaining to residential plantings, fences, and walls to require maintenance of safe visibility zones for motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists. We continued assessing revisions to our ordinances with the aid of the city planners, with the goal of improving the economic vitality of all of the city's business districts. We celebrated the grand opening of our city's newest commercial building, the Miami Realtors Association Global Headquarters in the Southeast Springs area. We conducted an evaluation of the Circle with Miami-Dade County staff and requested that the county take measures to provide pedestrian and vehicle safety and access, take measures to improve pedestrian and vehicle safety access at the Circle, and we expect a plan from the county in 2025. We commenced work on an ordinance regarding construction of permeable driveways in new or updated driveway construction projects to promote groundwater recharge and reduce flooding. We commenced work on an ordinance regarding the parking of recreational vehicles in residential areas to establish clarity of permissible conditions for information and enforcement. We supported the building department's commitment to perform a final inspection on all issued permits and close them within 6 months of the issue date, provided that the work has been performed to code. We continued the scanning process to completely digitize the building department's filing system to facilitate plans and records requests by staff and residents and the public, and we're 75% completed with that project. We continue to have significant increases in the numbers of seniors utilizing the services and programs at the Miami Springs Adult Community Center. We held the first ever Real Senior Prom Gala for our seniors at the Miami Springs Adult Community Center, and they had a blast. We initiated a new neighborhood crime watch program with meetings to commence in 2025 to enhance safety and reduce crime. We added a new canine member to our city staff. A Belgian Malinois will be the police department's first dual-purpose canine patrol, firearms, and ammunition detector. We continued our collaboration with the state of Florida, the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, to provide driver's license services in the community. We wished former police chief Armando Guzman a happy retirement and promoted Captain Jim Deal to police chief, ensuring strong leadership for the remainder of 2024 when Chief Deal was scheduled to retire. On January 1st, 2025, we thanked Chief Deal for his many years of service and promoted Lieutenant Matthew Castile to police chief. We wished former golf course director Paul Odell a happy retirement. We welcomed our new golf course director, Kevin Morris, and value the passion and vision he brings to our city of having, or to our city's goal of having the highest rated public golf course in South Florida. We wished former Public Works Director Gus Caraboa a happy retirement, and we welcomed Juan Pena as our new Public Works Director and value his commitment to provide top-level services. We held the Miami Springs Centennial Gala event at our beautiful Curtis Mansion and the Glenn Curtis Vintage Motorcycle Show to kick off the pre-centennial celebrations, and both were big hits. We continued extensive planning for the city's 100-year birthday celebration in 2026, thanks to the vision and commitment of our Centennial Committee. We expanded the mayor's communication with the community by initiating a monthly mayor's message and the annual State of the City report, and so much more. By the numbers. Our commitment to support and improve public safety, city services, and quality of life is unwavering. Here are some numbers of what took place during calendar year 2024. Under Fiscal Management Department, and these numbers are unaudited, 0.72% reduction in the city's millage property tax rate, a decrease from 6.91 to 6.86 for fiscal year 2024-25. 31.9 million fiscal year 2023-24 operating budget, 900,000 estimated fiscal year 2023-24 end loss, in part due to the unavoidable delays of reopening the golf course. 32.1 million adopted fiscal year 2024-25 operating budget. 6.9 million estimated reserves, general fund unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 2024-25, and this amount is above both the GFOA recommendations and our city policy for reserves, and keeps the city in sound financial standing. 489 active businesses are operating in the city, and 63 new businesses were opened in 2024. For our city council and city clerk department, we had 21 city council regular meetings, 8 city council special meetings and workshops, 96 city resolutions and ordinances were adopted, 148 proclamations, recognitions, and certificates were prepared, 21 summaries of action taken at council meetings were posted to increase resident knowledge of council meeting proceedings, 45 city advisory board meetings were held, 652 notary services were provided, 54 passport applications were processed just in December, our first month of operation. 1,237,000 scanned pages were entered into citywide records management program, and we had one special election regarding council terms. For our public safety and police department, we had 7 new police vehicles ordered, and they're due to arrive in February. 3 community document shred events to reduce identity theft were held. 2,700 followers are on the police department's social media. This is up from 1,000 just last year. 3 stolen vehicles were recovered. 392 arrests were made. 832 speeding citations were issued. 24,664 red light camera citations were issued. 2 DARE classes were graduated, and that's a 10-week program. And 174 digital fingerprinting services were provided for residents, businesses, and other adjacent municipalities. And there's more. Infrastructure and capital improvements. We had 1 golf course resodding project completed, and that's a 30-year maintenance project. 1 South Royal Poinciana roadway and infrastructure project was completed. 4 roadway and infrastructure projects are currently underway in the city, and we had 16,721 square feet of sidewalk repaired or installed. Our Public Works Department, 7,846 tons of trash were collected. Over 4,000 tons of garbage were collected. 3,500 households were serviced for recycling. 16,700 square feet of sidewalks, excuse me, doesn't belong there. 16,721 square feet of sidewalk were repaired or installed. 454 mature trees were trimmed, and 91 new trees were planted throughout the city. Our building department, 10,000 over-the-counter customers were served. 45, that's an average of 45 over-the-counter customers served on an average day by our building department. 1,600 building permits were issued. 5,200 permits were processed by the building department. 4,300 code violations were issued. 525 business tax renewals were processed. 2,600 follow-up code compliance inspections occurred. 5,200 total building inspections were conducted by our building department, and that includes a breakdown of 2,300 building inspections, over 1,000 roof inspections, 850 electrical inspections, close to 800 plumbing inspections, and 230 mechanical inspections. Our Parks and Recreation Department. We run 14 diverse recreational programs that are offered throughout the city. 25 community special events and holiday events were held. We had 140 children enrolled in the summer camp, 50 children enrolled in the school holiday camp, and 850 swim class attendees, youths and adults. Our Adult Community Center, 757 actively registered seniors, 266 average daily attendance at the center. We have more than doubled our attendance at the center since we built the new facility. Over 47,000 senior meals were served in the dining room in 2024. Over 66,000 meals were delivered to homebound residents in the city. 1,000 recreational classes were held, and over 1,000 fitness classes were held. And we had the one first that I mentioned, senior prom for our seniors in the spring. Our communications department, 2 community surveys were issued, 52 city newsletters were published, 723 social media posts, over 3,000 Facebook followers. We have 2,600 X followers, Twitter. We have over 9,000 Instagram followers. That's in a city with a population of 14,000. Quite a good number. And 8,000 residents are registered for our city's emergency alert system, a doubling over last year's number. We are so proud of all we have accomplished together in 2024, thanks to the collective efforts of our employees and our community. As we start 2025, we're excited about new plans and opportunities, which you will be hearing about throughout the year. I encourage you to be engaged in your city and rely on official city sources of communication to know what's really happening in Miami Springs. We have so many ways for us to stay connected. Subscribe to our weekly electronic city newsletter, follow the city's social media, or check out the official city website. There's no other city in Miami Springs with a richer history, more ideal location, or a better quality of life than ours. As residents, we are both heirs and stewards of what has been an extraordinary process for almost 100 years as Miami Springs has continually evolved and perfected itself, while steadfastly maintaining its unique identity and charm in the very heart of Miami-Dade County. And our city's future is brighter than ever. I, along with Councilman Santeen, Councilwoman Bravo, Councilman Fahet, and Councilman Vasquez, have worked hard to protect the quality of life while being open to opportunities for enhancements and improvements on all fronts. While there have been many challenges, I believe we have led with vision and positioned Miami Springs for a better future. Our city staff, regardless of the job title, are all true professionals in every sense of the word. They are silent heroes who, through their hard work and expertise, make sure the city meets our residents' high expectations. Our residents, businesses, and civic organizations have never been more highly engaged. They provide valued input and collaboration that helps us continually improve our services and our community. Clearly, there is no better place than right here to live, work, or visit. As we approach the city's 100th birthday, I remain confident that the very best years are still ahead for Miami Springs. As for me, I will continue to serve you and our beloved city until April, when I am termed out and you elect a new mayor. I will remain eternally grateful for the trust and responsibility you have given me these past 8 years. It has truly been an honor to serve you and my community. I wish you and your crew many wonderful adventures in 2025. May God continue to bless and watch over our amazing city of Miami Springs. Respectfully submitted.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept Mayor Mitchell's State of the City Report 2025.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Hey, any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez,
Aye.
Councilman Santeen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Behet,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
Through the
It's a
chair.
formality, but I think it's nice.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
To the
Chair.
chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Heidi, if you're wondering, I think this is something that we want to start expecting from the mayors that serve our community. I think this was a level up, Maria, and I thank you for that.
Some cities have it in their charter.
They
Ours
do.
doesn't, but I think it's something that, our residents deserve to know all of the work that's being done here. And like I said, it's a collective effort, but it's a lot. And this is just the highlight. There's so much more going on in this wonderful community. So
Sure.
thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. I'm reading it and listening to you. I was like, yeah, no wonder I was so tired. No, really, really excellent report. I think this is one of those documents that needs to be online for people to easily access, because I think you would really be impressed and then folks could say, okay, well, what have you done for me lately? No, so I'm just kidding. It's been an honor to serve with you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your leadership. And I know you still got 4 months, but
4.
3 months. Wow,
Two.
who's counting?
Two.
Oh, they want to get rid of you. No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. It's reflected here, so. And a lot of it, if not most of this is the staff of this wonderful city and city manager's office and all the managers and directors that we have of the different agencies and entities are truly the people responsible for getting these things done. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we move to, under awards and presentation, our next item is Eagle Scout Project presentation by Danny Iglesias and a request for city donation. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm James Fulton from Boy Scout Troop 254. I want to introduce Danny Iglesias. He is our current Life Scout, and he is an Eagle Scout candidate, and he would like to talk to you about his project.
Good evening, council. Good evening, everyone else in attendance. My name is Daniel Iglesias, like he said, of Southborough Poinciana Boulevard, and I'm here today to present my Eagle Scout project to the council and humbly ask for a donation. So my project is a police memorial at Stafford Park for Officer Stafford. For those who don't know, there is a monument there for Stafford, but it's missing its plaque, and the base in itself is damaged. So I thought it would be a good Eagle project for me, as I've always had a dream to pursue a career in law enforcement. My project will consist of a monument with a plaque for Officer Stafford, similar to the picture on the screen. It'll have three flags, an American flag, a Florida flag, and a Miami Springs flag surrounding the monument. And then around the monument and the flags, it'll be a rock landscape with white and gray rock. And then along the pathway leading to the monument, there will be two benches, so people walking around in the park can sit and enjoy the monument. Aside from the monument itself, I plan to put a sign recognizing the area so that everyone knows, everyone driving down East Drive knows what the area is dedicated to. I feel like a lot of people, even some Miami Springs residents, know Stafford Park, but they don't understand the meaning or the reason why it's named Stafford Park. And I feel like the memorial especially should be recognized for what it represents. As you can see in the picture on the screen, that's where I plan to have it. Behind home plate on the baseball field is where the base is currently. So I plan to flip it on the other side where there's more area and place my project there. This picture kind of shows my idea, the two benches on the side and then the pathway in the middle leading up to the plaque and the monument. And then above the plaque and the monument will be the three flags, and above the flags will be the sign recognizing the area. This is my project, and I'm really looking forward to completing it.
Any questions? Could you tell me the size? Like how many I don't know if you've already said that, but I didn't hear the size of this, like how many square feet is that?
Can you the
The black and white there.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't, he drew it on graph paper, but it didn't scan very well. But basically, it's from the,
it's
go ahead. No, you tell me.
on the graph paper, each square represents 2 feet, so it'll be 23 feet across from on point to point on the sides, and then 27 feet down from the top to the beginning of the pathway.
So roughly around 500 square feet.
Correct.
JC, as far as Stafford Park, I know that's owned by the school system. It's
Yes.
not our property.
Um,
And
I would coordinate that effort with the school board, to make sure it's okay. Preliminary conversations lead me to believe that it's not gonna be a problem. So, yeah, I will do whatever I can there.
okay.
Mayor, the footprint is about to scale there. It's gonna come up to about 5 feet from that walking path. There's two existing trees on the right and left side of the point of the diamond. So we're working the project within those trees so we don't disturb the trees. I knew you would like that, so.
Always.
We might add a couple of trees by the benches, so when they mature, there'll be more shade there. There is one tree over there to the side, that's just a random tree, but maybe we'll make it symmetrical by the end of the project, so.
Okay. And how do you plan to raise money for this project as far as, because it seems like it could be quite costly. I
Right
know
now,
you're asking for some donation from the city, but the rest of the funding.
yes, ma'am. Right now I'm looking at 13,000 for the total cost of the project.
How much?
13,000. And the ways I plan to fundraise, I've created a flyer with a QR code with a site that people can donate online via credit card. And then I plan to promote the flyer throughout different organizations I'm a part of. For example, the Boy Scout troop. I'm also a member of the Coral Gables Police Department Police Explorer program. So I plan to use that organization to help promote. And I've also I begin to reach out to community companies within the community, as well as companies with law enforcement connections, in hopes that they would consider donating. And for those who don't know, Officer Stafford does have family in Lake City, Florida. So I plan to reach out to the police department in Lake City, Florida to see if they can consider donating as well.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any money raised right now?
No, ma'am. I haven't started fundraising as I'm still like getting all the approvals for the project, but I plan to get started as soon as I can because it is a large amount, and I plan to have the project completed and ready for reveal on June 11th, which is Officer Stafford's end of watch. It would be his 34th-year anniversary.
Just so you know, Mayor and Council, the way it works is he gets the project approved first, and then part of his task is to raise the funds and then build it.
Okay.
All right.
All right, well, thank you. This is, it looks like a beautiful project. I do want to let
through the
this,
chair.
to the council know that we have up to $500 allocated for these kinds of donations.
Through the chair.
I-
Can we do a motion?
Let's let Councilman
Okay.
Oh,
speak. Yes,
I was
sir.
gonna ask a question, but I think if I'm not mistaken, we had approved $500 for 2 projects, right? Wasn't that I'm trying to remember.
That was in 24.
Yeah, that was for 2 other projects.
Correct.
2 other
Oh,
projects.
2 different.
Right.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have, this is like the 3rd Eagle Scout project. I think that's the 3rd one, right, that we've met with? So, and there's another one coming, I see over there.
We have the ability to allocate up to $500 for community projects such
My
as this.
question was gonna be, when is assuming everything goes well and, you get the money, when do you think this is gonna be completed, the project?
The goal is to start early to mid-May to have the project completed by the end of May. So then everything's finalized for June 11th, like I said, his end of watch
Got it.
to be officially revealed.
Yes, ma'am. Did you have something?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve 4B for a contribution of $500 to get his project started. I think it's the least that we can do. It's a nice project. I think that park can use a little bit of love, and if we're gonna use a little bit of love, it should be a love of history. So I think it's a great idea.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I do have a question, JC, since this is a recreational
Sure.
park that we're using.
Mhm.
Omar is aware of this project.
Yeah,
And
it-
it
he-
doesn't,
He's
I
fine.
can't
We
see
already-
how, but.
We already
doesn't
have,
impede
there
with-
is a Stafford memorial there now. It was vandalized. I don't know when it was, and it was like stolen. The plaque was taken.
Gosh.
He became aware of that, and this idea was born. And Omar is fine with this
Okay.
project.
Councilman?
So you're saying that it was vandalized,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah, it was-
something
yeah,
that
it
we
was-
would try to fix and
It wasn't
correct.
just vandalized, it was stolen.
Well, I would,
It's not there.
well, obviously we can't approve more than we already have in our budget, but I think you can try to
What I
find a
can,
way to
what I can
try to
do
help
is.
a little bit
is
more.
Since it was ours and it was stolen, maybe if there's gonna be a plaque or something like that, maybe we can, whatever we're gonna pay
Yeah.
to replace it, we can do that. And then whatever the
Make it
council
a
wants
lead.
to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Any
think we
other
should.
discussion?
That's a good idea.
Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilman Santeen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bravo.
Yes.
Councilman Fahad.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. And thank you for
Thank
doing this for our community.
Through the chair. Danny, make sure you get those QR codes to us and
Sir,
count on our help.
thank you.
And Victor will help mix some cement or whatever.
Thank you. I'd love to see him there.
I'm volunteering.
Joining us tonight is Natalie Stafford, the daughter of Officer Stafford.
Oh,
Oh, nice to meet you.
Thank you guys
Thank you
again.
for being here.
Yeah, really nice to meet you.
Your father's memory and legacy lives on in our city and will certainly continue with this Scouts project. Did you want to say a few words? Okay, I wanted to make sure, wanted to. Okay, so we'll move on to the next, under awards and presentations, the Yard of the Month. And do we have the Arbello family here? Okay, wonderful. This is the Yard of the Month. We're presenting an award for beautifying our city. And your yard is located at 1190 Starling Avenue. So
Wanna-
Are you still here?
You're leaving though. Walking out. Go. Just go. You're gonna get home.
presented to Osvaldo and Daisy Arbelo at 1190 Starling Avenue for their home being designated as Yard of the Month for January 2025. Thank you for beautifying our city and the residents to drive by their home at 1190 Starling and visit it and admire your work. Which one of you are the gardeners? Both of you? No. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Agenda item, okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on. We don't have anyone signed up to speak at open forum. We do have two people speaking on an agenda item later on. We'll move to agenda item 6, approval of the council meetings for January 13, 2025, regular meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve 6A.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilman Santeen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Fahet,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. We move to agenda item 9, consent agenda, and we have 2 items on there. Does anyone on the council want to pull an item for discussion? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve 9A and B.
Second.
Any discussion? Call a vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilman Santeen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Fahet,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. We move to agenda item 11, new business, and we have a first reading of an ordinance on civil service.
Yeah.
Be reading that, Erica?
Yes, ordinance for first reading, an ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 34, Civil Service of the city's Code of Ordinances by amending Section 34.01, relating to the adoption of a civil service policy and procedures manual, and repealing Sections 34.02, 34.03, 34.05 through 34.07, and 34.09 through 34.22, adopting the City of Miami Springs Employee Handbook, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. And this item requires a 4/5 vote.
Okay, thank you. And we do have someone that has signed up to speak on this item, Neri Owens, so let's go ahead and have you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Neri Owens, 169 Corridon Drive. This particular employee handbook has a lot of pitfalls that I would like to bring up. For instance, it's in the code and it's codified. You have a 27-page civil service plan. And by going to the handbook, you are abolishing the Civil Service Board, which has a member appointed by each one of you to the board. And the board doesn't just hear grievances. It is there for anything this city council wants them to look into, like comparing salaries to other municipalities or other states, or the board can do almost anything. And you're now cutting the Civil Service Board out, and you're going to create a board that the city clerk picks of people that are employees. It's going to be one person from another department, a department head, and another employee, and maybe a person from the public to hear this one grievance. And then the next time another employee has a grievance, you don't have the same consistency because you're going to pick another board to just listen to the grievance. You're watering down civil service with this handbook. You're cutting out a civil service board that has been there since the beginning, and it was in the charter. And the handbook goes from 27 pages in the code to a 99-page handbook. And I think it's including everything, including the kitchen sink. We don't need that kind of stuff in an employee handbook. Other municipalities don't have employee handbooks. Miami Beach has a civil service handbook that's only 70 pages, and it includes a lot of Florida statutes in it. This particular handbook aggrandizes the human resources director. And it doesn't seem, I don't think that an employee would have a fair shake appealing something the way it sets things up. Not like with the Civil Service Board that are people out from the community that you appoint that aren't involved in the city government and don't have prejudices against the individual employee. And in page 6 of it, Rule 1.3 under disclaimer, page 6, line 11, it says, in addition, the company reserves the right to exercise its managerial discretion in imposing any form of discipline it deems appropriate. Nothing in this handbook is intended to alter the at-will employment relationship between the city and any city employee that is employed on an at-will basis. But the word "the company" tells me they plagiarized this whole book from a company. We are not a corporation. We are not a company. We do not need the president of the corporation or the human resources director to codify that much in a handbook. I think the handbook should be maybe 40 or 50 pages of the current stuff, and some of it is really good stuff in there. But I strongly disagree that you should cut out the Civil Service Board and go to this, and not, you're losing control as a council, and I don't think it's fair to the employees. And I think it gives too much power and aggrandizes your human resources director. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
This was a project that I initiated shortly after I started here. When I started here, I asked for a copy of our employee handbook that we hand out to employees, setting out the standards and the rules and regulations that you have to follow to work here. I was told that there wasn't one, and then I was presented with administrative orders. And this is the stack of administrative orders that we have here. They date back all the way to 1967 from here. I wanted to simplify it. I wanted to condense it because guess what? We don't give this out to employees. They don't know what the rules are. So I wanted to condense it and simplify it and put it into one document, one standard document. It's true. The Civil Service Board is in the charter, and this ordinance does not change that. This ordinance, as a matter of fact, it Because when was the last time the Civil Service Board met here? I
Over 25 years.
over 25 years ago. We're not doing away with it because that would require a charter change. And I'm not changing that. We are changing it. It is to an ad hoc committee. And if the council wants to appoint them, that's fine. The council can appoint them. I have no issue with that. My point is to provide the employees with what we expect, my expectations of them for the privilege to work here for these residents. And right now, that's not there. So I understand where Neri's coming from. I really do. But those rules are very antiquated, and federal law, state laws change every year. We got to make sure we're up to date with everything. I have a sexual harassment policy here from 1993. I don't think it's been updated ever since. Things have changed, you know. Society has changed, and so that's what I was just trying to do. I want to update it. I want to establish the rules and regulations, because I believe it could even be a liability to us that I have somebody start and they're not giving anything. That's why I did that. I took the opportunity to take a look at some of the other like the fringe benefits, like holidays. And I noticed that we offered our employees 9 holidays. And like all of our surrounding communities, these are the ones that I'm competing with for talent and to attract and retain, are offering 13, 14, holidays. And the changes that I'm recommending President's Day and Columbus Day. Those are the ones. That's not in there. I revised that. So I'm adding those 2 in there. So I just want to remain competitive. I want to provide the employees with the standards, what it means to be an employee here for the city of Miami Springs. And I just can't do that with this. This is, or it's antiquated. And that's the reasoning behind this ordinance in front of you.
Any questions? I do agree that we need a standardized employee manual. It's first of all, because it's too tedious to look through. When something happens, you should be able to identify, like you would at any place, under this title, what's addressed. There may be things that aren't addressed, but at least you know what is addressed regarding any policy, any topic. A lot of because again, like I've said, we're a 100-year-old city. So in a 100-year-old city, things have occurred in the 30s, 40s, 80s, 70s have been revised. Something that, occurred in the 50s was revised later in the 90s. And we constantly have to update information. And this is a good start at making sure that there's consistency. As far as this civil service board that the resident brought up, and I understand they haven't met in a long time. And that's one of the things when I first came on council of trying to, it was important to me that we sunset boards that don't meet. I mean, there's no reason to be appointing people to, and by the way, I'd like to appoint you, but they haven't met in 10 years. And we've done a good job with that. I know the Civil Service Board is required by charter. However, what kind of committee could we appoint? And I think the resident brings up a good point of if you have just committee members that are called together at any one time, the policies, I guess the interpretation could vary, but that could also vary with when we have our boards and our magistrate, and, that's just a reality. If there's something if the policies are well written, then they can be well interpreted, I think. I believe. So,
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just to add on to what you're saying, this policy, and as you know, I cannot change this policy all on my own. If any changes to this policy would have to come back to the council for approval via resolution. What I can do, or what you can do, and touching on what you're saying, the council can create any board or advisory boards whenever they please. And if you wanted one to review these changes, review the policies, that would be absolutely fine. I mean, I don't see any problem with that. You know, in that process of updating and changing any policies, you can have a committee to review those and then study them and analyze them if needed. I mean, if that's.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you with, in looking at input from other cities. And I guess, I know you said you surveyed other cities to get information on certain things and whether they had a policy or not. This is, I believe, not having an employee policy, an employee manual is something that eventually, when something happens, we'll realize we don't have it and then we create it.
Right.
And it's much better to create it instead of in reaction to something, but in planning for a city. But have you sought input from the League of Cities, the Florida League of Cities? Because that's my first.
I have not sought
Okay,
input
and
from the Florida League of
I
Cities.
would like to have their review. The Florida League of Cities has a lot of different staff members that provide just these kind of services to cities. I'd be surprised if they can't provide this of kind of oversight, review it, give us input on.
That's fine. I wouldn't want to delay first reading. I mean, I can do that in between first and second. If it's
Okay.
not to your liking, we can scrap it at that point. And that's fine. I'll reach out to the league. I'll have Bill reach out to the league and have them review it for us. But I will say that in my conversations with, and in my experiences with cities here in South Florida, a civil service board is not very common. A civil service system is not very common. You probably see them in some of the much older communities, but the younger ones, they don't have it anymore. That's just, it's just not in the organization. So that's just for the record, just so you understand that.
No, and as long as we have a procedure for grievances that is fair, that, is well-written, easy to understand, and it's fair for both sides, for the city and for our employees, of course.
Okay.
But I think I would like to have Florida reach out to Florida League of Cities because I know a lot on these kinds of issues that are pretty commonplace concerns in different cities. They offer very valuable expertise.
That's
Chair.
fine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor. I think not having a policy manual for employees is a huge liability. I know that I guess our experience is when you have an advisory board or a committee that hasn't met in a long time, getting them together can often be as cumbersome as getting an ad hoc committee together when you need it. If you're open to, having an ad hoc committee that we appoint people to in the event that there's a grievance that needs to be heard, I'm open to that. I do definitely agree that it's important to have a policy manual that states everything, because that could be a real huge liability when it comes to, things dealing with labor laws and things like that.
Through the
Richard?
chair. Go ahead, Vasquez.
sir.
No, first of all, everywhere I have ever worked, I've always had either a hard copy or an access to, an employee handbook. And it serves various purposes. One, it informs the employee about, what are the rules and regulations and lots of good things like that. But also as a supervisor, to be able to go over it. I mean, I know when I started working at Miami-Dade College and Temple University, you had a seminar for new employees, and they highlighted certain aspects. Of course, we seem to be going beyond paper, but, the employee can get a link to it and download the whole thing if they wanted to. But the idea of having a handbook available and clarity is very important for the employer, for the employee, and for the supervisors as well. Now, definitely a review. In other words, if there's a complaint by an employee and what the process is, that needs to be clearly stipulated. It sounds like the Civil Service Board concept hasn't worked, or either because it hasn't been needed, or there still has to be some element, I think, of oversight of this. process. And I think that's, we ought to look at it and figure out a more practical way of doing it. I know that we've had some of our boards, code compliance, and some of the others are more, there's a lot more happening there. But there ought to be some kind of oversight mechanism. So, when JC showed me what he had, and I said, well, that's not very practical. And we're a small city, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the size of the operations. An employee handbook is an important element, both for the employee and for us as employers, or for the city as an employer.
Councilwoman?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. So I read through the handbook, and I really do think after 32 years, we need something. It's very important to have some sort of structure and expectation, just like a teacher, they provide a syllabus, right? My question here is, obviously we're not amending or making any charter changes. So we as a council, I mean, I could see the conflict of interest where you appoint city employees to make decisions for city employees. Maybe we may want to, as a council or future council or a city manager, he can appoint committee members outside of the city, maybe from other cities or whatever it is that you want to do. So as long as that's not being changed, I'm okay with that. Heidi, my question for you is, how much, in your experience or any idea how the Florida League of Cities actually provides input in situations like this? Or
I'm not sure, but I know that they have lots of resources. So I'm sure, as JC mentioned, between first and second reading, he can reach out to the league and see if they have any guidance. On our side, on the legal side, even though we don't do the labor and employment for the city, I'm happy to have our team relook at this. They did look at the manual initially, and I think they were generally comfortable with it. But if there's policy changes that you'd like to make between first and second reading, we can absolutely do that.
Okay. And lastly, JC, on your end, what were maybe some approaches that you took to compile this handbook together?
Well, first thing is we met with Heidi, not Heidi, but Heidi's firm. I met with their labor attorney there, Brett Schneider, and he had done these for a number of other municipalities in South Florida. So he gave us the template. He goes, use this. And then so we modified that, we customized it. There was a committee of employees that got together and they reviewed painstakingly. Tammy was one of them. Every single page of this of the proposed. It's taken a while. The proposed document that you have before you. They made comments, suggestions, edits, and then we sent it to our labor attorney. I forgot. I'm drawing a blank. Denise, apologize. And she reviewed it and gave it its legal blessing, and then now it's before you as well.
Okay. So
I do want to point out Rule 3.10 in this document, page 54. There's a civil service appeals process, right? You can appeal terminations. There's everything that you were concerned about, that particular portion you're concerned about. There is an appeals process here. So I don't know if anybody missed it, but it's there. Be that as may, I will reach out to the League of Cities, have them review it, give them a cursory look, and see if there's anything that we can make it better. If there's something that's egregiously erroneous,
Or sometimes points that they say, it might be worthwhile for you to consider adding this to it to
Absolutely.
clarify. So, and I find they are very, I reach out to them quite often on they have the expertise, the wealth of knowledge. If it's available to them, they're more than willing. That's part of their service to the cities.
And I have no objection, and I will absolutely do that. That is not a problem.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be possible to make a motion to preliminary approve the first reading, and then from here till JC meets with the Florida League of Cities
That's
to
what
make
you
amendments to second?
suggested.
Okay.
Right. That for the second reading, you'll have
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
I-
I'll have the Florida League's comments.
Okay. I do want to just
clarify, I guess my understanding is future changes because an employee manual, like any other manual, any other document is a work in progress. I mean, it's, nothing is ever static. You're constantly working on it, revising it, updating it to current conditions, situations, or things, omitting things that are no longer apply. So for the future, this would be a council vote, and you said it takes 4/5, Erica?
Yeah.
For the
Vote for this, and then
And then it would
further
be-
down,
any
if
changes
there are
through
changes,
Resolution.
would be through resolutions. Okay.
4/5 as well on those as well.
4/5, and they would still become before the council, but it's a resolution instead of an ordinance. Okay,
Absolutely.
okay. Any other?
New Chair, I think like many of us, when you hear, city didn't have a employee handbook, just leave you kind of dumbfounded that at this age that we are. So I thank you for the foresight to actually implement this as quickly as you got in here. Because to me, it definitely left me scratching my head. I think the simplest or smallest company has a employee handbook or some form of showing you what requirements and obligations are as an employee. But definitely for the liability reasons, it definitely was pretty scary to hear that we really didn't have but a bunch of memos for over 60 or 70 or 80 years. So I thank you for that foresight. And yeah, I think like most of us have mentioned already, possibly, having the League of Cities. So I'm in favor of having the Leagues of Cities look at it and maybe implement something, or maybe they see something, another set of eyes. And also, as Councilman Fayette was mentioning about it, ad hoc committee possibility, that could be something that we can implement as well. So I like what I saw, just maybe, wait for the next second reading to be a little more clarifying.
Any other discussion? Oh, not discussion. We're talking first. We don't have a motion
Oh, motion to approve 11A.
with, for the second reading with the
Yeah.
What I said
suggestions that
before.
were
Suggestions
met.
before
of you-
leaving.
Okay. Is that,
Do I need to
is that
say it
okay
again?
with you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, please.
Second.
I want to make sure we're clear on that. You want to repeat that?
So motion to approve 11A, ordinance on the first reading for the civil service and I guess employee handbook, to be amended with any suggestions from the Florida League of Cities. I mean, is that, Heidi, is that what you want for the record?
I think the motion is to approve the ordinance on first reading as drafted and obtain feedback, try to obtain feedback from the Florida League of Cities. And if there is any, we can bring it back to second reading for the council's consideration.
So what I said was okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is there a
That's
second?
a long version.
I think it's,
I second.
I can only go so far.
Any discussion? Thank you, JC, for initiating this. It's something that, whenever we catch things that we can improve with the city, we need to get them done. So thank you. Okay, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilman Santeen,
yes.
Councilwoman Bravo,
Yes.
Councilman Fahet,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. And Tammy, thank you for your hard work and your committee's work on doing this.
It was.
Yeah, I
it
can
was
imagine.
painstaking.
Yes. Okay, so we move to 11B, another ordinance first reading on zoning code.
An ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 150 zoning code of the city's Code of Ordinances by amending Section 150-017 recreational vehicles to provide comprehensive amendments related to permitted parking and storage areas, setbacks, maintenance, use, and quantity of recreational vehicles, which include but are not limited to boats, campers, and motor coaches. Repealing Section 91-02 parking or storing on public property. Amending Section 101-01 Supplemental Code Enforcement Citation System to amend the schedule of civil infractions and of civil penalties related to violations pertaining to recreational vehicles, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And we do have someone that has signed up to speak on this agenda item. So I have two names here.
Just one.
This one. Okay, Rolando Gonzalez? Yes, hi. Come on up. Okay, hello.
We reside in 351 Plover.
Could you repeat your name for the?
Orlando Gonzalez and Michelle. We live in 351 Plover. Okay, so we have a couple issues with this ordinance. We've been here a pretty long time.
Could you get closer to the mic?
We've been here a pretty long time. We own 3 recreational vehicles, which we have over 260,000 more or less invested in these vehicles. That's what we like to do. We have it parked behind the fence, just like it was required by permitting, like by code. And then all of a sudden this is happening. We have 2 vehicles that are the same, but not the same, right? We have one, which is a motorhome that you drive, correct? Which also provides a sleeping area and stuff like that. We also have a secondary one, which is a tag along. You tow it with the vehicle. So they do 2 separate things in our case. The motorhome in our case, for me, is when I go hunting. I take that's just me, my friends, we go out to the woods with it. The other one is what we do with the family. We tow it with the truck and we go to the parks and stuff like that with it. They're 2 different things, but they're not. And when you look at the ordinance, they're only going to allow one of them. We've been with them for 5 years now in the city, in the house, parked the way it was asked. By code. So now this is changing and we have a problem with this because we have a lot of money invested and
not only into the RVs, but into our home and our property, that if we would have known this would be an issue, we would not have purchased here. Because we looked at the code.
We looked at
before,
everything before we
set
purchased and
everything.
did, so now we're in this. The second things that we have, or other things that we have a problem with in that ordinance, is they're talking about that it cannot be connected to power. So the problem with not being connected to power, they have a trickle charger which maintains the batteries on board the system. So if it's not constantly connected, the charger doesn't constantly check, and you can drain and kill batteries, which are super expensive. Second to that is the temperature inside the vehicle. If we don't have the AC set at 80 degrees, it'll get to about 120 degrees in there and it starts to destroy the inside. The refrigerators, the seats, all the inside starts between the heat, if you leave the windows open to try to control the temperature a little bit, you have the humidity that goes in and out and it destroys the interior. So in order to maintain the vehicle properly, we need to have it connected to power to keep the trickle charger on and the air conditioner on at 80 to maintain that temperature, not to get to 120, 130 degrees that can reach here in summer. Then the last thing is the 2-hour parking in the front yard. So when you drive out the vehicle to do maintenance to it, for example, to wash it, wax it, clean the roof, do all the things you need to do to it to keep the sun and everything from beating on it, it takes more than 2 hours to wash, dry, wax, and get it ready. I won't be able to do that in 2 hours. Then there was one more other thing about leaving the vehicle hooked up. Like, for example, if we're leaving tomorrow morning, we typically hook up the vehicle. It stays within the yard, but the truck is connected to the trailer while we load it and leave everything ready to be able to leave first thing in the morning. It takes a good 45 minutes to an hour to hook up everything. So if we're leaving, let's say, for example, at 5 in the morning, to go out there and try to hook up everything and set up, we got to set up around 3 in the morning, 3:30 or so to start making it happen.
That's gonna be a little bit more of a nuisance to neighbors versus just leaving it parked.
But I mean, so example, the trailer stays behind the fence, right? But the fence open and the truck will stay hooked up, which is on the driveway. But if we don't voice this, they're talking about a $250 fine and then $500 fine after that. So it's like, I look at all this like a code enforcement thing. Now all of a sudden building changes the electrical code on your house. They don't require you to change it until you do a remodel or something like that, So once you go to rebuild or do again, now you have to do it to the existing code. And I feel like we've been here 5 years. We've purchased this amount of money on our vehicles because we like outdoor stuff. And now we're in a bind. We're in a big bind because what do? To store any of our vehicles at a storage area for the size that they are, you're talking about almost $1,000 a month. Anywhere between $7,000 and $1,000 a month. And then it's going to get it. One of the reasons we moved here is because we can have it with us and we can load up everything and leave from our house. So
The other thing that, this code.
You have to speak into the
I'm
microphone.
sorry. I'm short, much shorter than him. The other thing, a lot of these things affect a lot of residents within the city, not only us, not only for RVs, but for boats. I noticed that there's a restriction on the size, the length of boats. And I know for a fact that there's a lot of residents in the city that have boats that are more than 32 feet long. And I understand the need for having restrictions of parking in the front yard and people sleeping in it, and that's all great, but some of it is just goes a little bit too far into the restrictions.
well, we were told, now that she said that, we were told that all this started because of people that were renting out the RVs so they can sleep. Well, we spoke to JC and that's what he told us. But in which way?
Many, one of many.
Say it again?
That's one of many.
Oh,
Many-
well-
It's not, that's not the only
Right,
issue.
well, I mean, that's one of the
The
things, right?
attractiveness also of, you look at a house and there's a lot of RVs parked there, it looks like.
Well, you're allowing, this is what I don't understand, you're allowing 4.
We'll get into.
We'll get to
discussion.
that, but it's not just one of people doing that. It's a variety of issues of concerns that we've had from residents for a
Okay.
long time complaining about issues.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm saying you're allowing in this ordinance right now, you're allowing 4 recreational vehicles.
We're going to discuss the ordinance,
Oh,
yes.
oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Any,
No, that's
all right.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Mayor,
For input.
if
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
no further comment, I'm happy to present and provide background and explanation.
Yes, let me ask just, and I should have done this with the earlier one. I always like to do this with the public hearing, even if you're not signed up, if there's anyone that wishes to speak on this issue, come ahead, we'll go ahead and listen. Let me have you sign up
Oh, sorry.
here. And then also,
You want to come up and sign?
yes.
Here, did you want me to time these? I didn't realize it was
Yes, let's go ahead and,
to the 3-minute.
what did we,
I mean,
probably
we're-
3 minutes? I want to give the same amount of
It's
time.
your discretion. It's to your discretion.
Well, okay, and go ahead and sign here. What did this family have?
A
3
little
minutes?
more than the 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. There was 2, yes.
Okay, 2 of them, so 3 minutes each. Okay.
Just tell me when it's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
keep your
for
comments to 3 minutes.
clarification for everyone, we should, for all public comments, our standard has always been 3 minutes, and we enforce that equally across the board.
Yes. Okay, yes, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Eric Devendorf, 541 Swan Avenue, 57-year resident of Miami Springs. I have 2 issues with the ordinance I was reading today. I just found out about today. The one is notwithstanding quantity, number 4, limitation, notwithstanding the foregoing, only one of the following types of recreational vehicles may be parked or stored on the property. I have a motorhome and a trailer. The motorhome, just like Rolly said, is $150,000. My trailer's another $45,000 enclosed to haul motorcycles, which are over $100,000. Is it one, or are we still trying to figure this out with a camper and a trailer?
We'll be discussing that. We'll
Okay.
discuss it among us.
And 2, the 2-hour time limit, as Michelle stated. If any of you own the motorhome, 2 hours is nowhere near enough time it takes almost, if I take the camper out the night before to go the next day, it takes 6 hours to get the refrigerator going. And my wife, to put the groceries away, you got to have a cold refrigerator. So we have to plug it in the front of the house to turn on the refrigerator. It takes more than 2 hours to get it cold. Almost 6 hours. So I don't know how the 2-hour thing is going to work. And I keep our motorhome is behind the fence, like the code says, 6-foot fence on the side yard. Same with the trailer. Everything's buried towards the back of the house. You can't see it from the street, only the back. I always pull the camper in forward, so you only see the back, which is a custom paint job on it. My trailer's not, our camper is not garbage. And I understand what you're going to say. I work for the city of Hialeah Police Department, retired 6 years now. And Hialeah had that issue with people living in the campers. But they had the police go out and take care of that problem. Cite them, code enforcement go out and cite them. but we didn't punish the whole resident, everybody for a few. And I don't have, we have an issue with the people living in campers here in Springs.
Yes, we do.
How many, another question is how many campers, RVs are in Miami Springs total? Do we know that number? Have you guys figured out a
Just
number?
go ahead and give us your comments and then we'll have our discussion,
Okay,
okay?
well, no,
All
I'm
right.
just saying, those are the two issues I had with the ordinance. And I don't think it's fair. Like I said, I've been, have RV parked there 13 years. I never had an issue. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and sir, what was your address? You didn't write it down here. 351 Clover. Okay.
Hi, Council. I'm Ashley Sanchez. I'm at 401 DeSoto, and I just wanted to thank you guys. You really do an amazing job with all of the things that you do for us. Your introduction with the state of the city was inspirational because there's a lot of things that go unnoticed, and I do believe that you guys all do have the best interest of all the residents. And it's very challenging to make everybody happy. But in this particular case with the recreational vehicles, I feel like while I am one that the trailers in the backyard and multiple vehicles, I can see how that takes away from so many things. The issues with people living in the trailers, I don't know anybody who wants that in our city. That being said, I feel like these blanket policies are a little bit unfair, especially and punitive to people who are following the rules. So I don't know what the solution is, but I feel like you guys have solved so many problems within the city, maybe like a permit system, I don't know, to if you own a recreational vehicle, to register it so that, court enforcement can come by, make sure that you're not having, your cousin living in your backyard or whatever. Just, I feel like there are solutions that are not these blanket restrictive policies that, as, everyone has said, this is our life, the way that we choose to spend our free time. These are our properties. And provided that we're doing it safely and, it's not an eyesore, I just don't see why we should not be able to continue to do these things. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, Councilwoman, do you want to start?
So Heidi was gonna.
Oh, I'm
open up
sorry.
the
Yes, Heidi,
discussion.
thank you.
So I thought I might sort of lay the stage and provide you with where we're at. And it's nice to have resident feedback at first reading. I really do appreciate that. So as you know, last February, the council discussed their concerns. And I think it was Councilman Bravo who brought it up. I know Mayor Mitchell, you had concerns, and we were directed to work on this ordinance with the intent of being able to enforce a regulation that's currently on the books, which is use of a recreational vehicle for permanent living is prohibited in the city. You can't use it as your house. It's intended for the uses that I believe the residents have expressed today, for what it is, recreation. And so we looked at different ways to improve your existing language. And so we added regulations. As I've shared with many of you during your individual briefings, you see a lot of strike-through language in this proposed ordinance. And then there's a lot of language that is underlined. And for those who may be following along, the strike-through is what we are eliminating, and the underlined language is what's intended to be new. But I almost say new with an asterisk, because what I went ahead and did is I reorganized your existing code. As I read it and others read it, it was a little bit challenging to make sense of some of the provisions. And so we wanted to provide some clarity to help guide code enforcement when they are out there having to enforce the code, and also provide clear regulations for the community, so that we're not unsure. I don't know how many times we had to read the existing language to figure out how many RVs can you actually have on a property in Miami Springs. So it shouldn't take a lawyer or multiple lawyers to figure out what your code means. So with that in mind, I want to also provide background as to what it means to be a recreational vehicle under our code. A lot of people think about RVs in the sense of a mobile home, a fifth wheel, a trailer. Our code goes beyond that. And so I didn't touch the definition of what an RV is. I did add some clarifications. But our code includes everything from swamp buggies, airplanes, to fifth wheels, boats, golf carts, etc. It's very broad. And so we're trying to strike a balance between providing your community with what it's come to expect, right? Which is having recreational vehicles and having the ability to have them on your property, while also curtailing uses of those that may not be consistent with what your community's expectations are. So with that in mind, a lot of the language that is in this proposed ordinance, and I'm going to emphasize it's proposed. This is the first time that the council is seeing this ordinance together. They don't get a chance to see it together outside of this setting. So this is their first time to get to see it as a group. And there are things in here that I have added, and working with Councilwoman Bravo, who I was requested to, she was the sponsor of the item, and so we worked together on this a while back, and we made revisions throughout the year. We're striking a balance. And so there are things in here that are intended for food for thought. They're not meant to be, this is the way it's going to be. It's things that I would like the council to consider. So if you'll allow me, most of your regulations really begin on page 7 of 11 of the proposed ordinance at line 234. Everything above that is your existing code, and we are, as I said, reorganizing lots of that. So one of the things that we noted, Councilwoman Bravo wanted to make clear, currently you can have your RVs parked or stored on in residential zoning districts. And so Councilwoman Bravo asked, what does that mean? Which districts are we really talking about? And so we clarified that to set forth specifically those zoning districts. So that's in there. And then with staff feedback, one of the things that we got back from staff was, please add that it be developed sites in residential zoning districts. We don't want people just putting an RV on an empty lot. So make it that it can be parked or stored on a developed site. Then we made it straightforward. It can be parked or stored in the rear or side yard of a property, which is what you have currently. And we made an exception, and this was something new that we thought about. LSVs are very popular in the city and throughout South Florida. So I carved out an exception that LSVs can be in the front yard in your driveway. I think that's something that you all would want for your community. I think I sort of can read some of the tea leaves at this point. So we provided for that exception. I'm going to skip over lines 243 to 248 and come back to those, which those are with respect to setback requirements. And I think that's where we might have some additional discussion. So I'm going to skip over that for now. Then, as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, it was a little difficult to figure out how many RVs you could have on a property. So I named a quantity section. And so overall, we put in up to 4 RVs. And then, which is what you have now. And then we clarified that in the side yard, you could have 1. That's what you have currently in your code. And we also clarified that you can have up to 3 in the rear. That's again, existing code language that's not changing, or it's not proposed to be changed. But we did add a limitation, and this was something that Councilwoman Bravo requested, to limit that a property could only have 1 of the following types. And so we carved out again, going back to, it's a very broad definition of what an RV is. We carved out trailers, trailer coaches, camping trailers, motor homes, pickup sliders, pickup slide-in campers, converted vans, fifth wheels, etc. Those you would only be able to have one. I understand that you have people in the community who may have more than one. That's purely a policy consideration for the council to consider. So what you see at lines 254 to 258, that's new regulation. And again, all of this is up for your policy considerations. I'm just wanting to point out what exactly is new. We also wanted to clarify, and this is again existing code language, that if you have a recreational vehicle that's parked in an enclosed permanent structure, that doesn't count towards your 4 quantity limit. So if it's in your garage, if you put your swamp buggy, I don't know if they fit in a garage, but if you have your golf cart in the garage, that doesn't count towards this quantity limit. Once again, at line 261 to 266, that's just reorganized existing language. I'm going to skip over the size limitations because that's also food for thought. And then we have, I'm going to skip down to the screening requirements. We updated the screening requirements to provide that you have to screen in accordance with the code that you just recently amended. So RVs have to be screened. We talked about I know this was something that was important to Mayor Mitchell when this was a discussion item last year. We talked about who could have the RV. And we wanted to curtail people who were borrowing their friends' properties and storing their RVs, because you can have RVs in Miami Springs, right? So your existing code already limits whose RVs can be on a property. It has to be the RV of the owner of the property or their tenant. This is a regulation that Miami-Dade County also has, and your language is exactly like that. We haven't touched that. Also thinking about the city and its vibe, not coming up with a better word right now, how the city is, I didn't think that the city and the people who are law-abiding residents who are maintaining their RVs how they're supposed to, I didn't think that the city would want to impose a registration requirement for RVs. So we didn't include that. It could potentially make it, it could be a process to be considered, but I didn't think that that was something that this council would want for this community. It could work somewhere else, but I just didn't think that your residents would want to be coming in and saying, I have all of these types of properties and here city know about it. So we didn't go in that direction. What else? The maintenance requirements that you see at line 298, all of that rather, is reorganized language from what you currently have. You have to keep it in a neat, presentable manner. You can't be doing repair work that creates a nuisance. Then when you get to the variance section, we didn't touch that, but we did add language that you currently have. Your code had a discussion about variances for the rear yard and the side yard, and the amount of RVs that you could have in those. And it talked about getting a variance for those, or rather not being able to obtain a variance for those quantities. But it was in a different part of the code. So we moved it under the variance section where I thought it was more appropriate. And then we get to the prohibition section, which was really just 2 subsections. They were pretty straightforward. It was, you can't use RVs for sleeping or living quarters. That's pretty straightforward. And you had another part that RVs could not be used for any commercial purpose in the city. That was it. So what we did here is, again, we took language from other parts of this code and we put it under this prohibition section. Again, this is reorganized. Some of this is reorganized language. What you see at line 332 to 336, your code actually provides that recreational vehicles could be shall not be stored in a state of disrepair. I'm gonna just shorten this, for more than 3 months. So we spoke with staff, we spoke with Councilwoman Bravo, and we landed on 14 days. 3 months just seemed like a really long time to have an RV in a state of disrepair. But we did provide that an RV could be stored in excess of 14 days in the rear of the lot. Okay, so that's again existing language, but we reduced it from the 3 months to 14 days. Again, more reorganized language in sub 4. One of the residents brought this up. So we added, and this is the next 4 subsections, starting at line 339 and going all the way to 351. These sections are all new, and these are intended to help curtail the permanent living that perhaps could be an issue in the city. So, getting feedback from staff and looking at how the county handles this, we added in these subsections. Subsection 5 is about the generator, that it can't be attached to a generator or service connection line except for cleaning or otherwise maintaining it. The idea being that if it's connected, my understanding is that people are generally living in it, not just using it for maintenance purposes. So it does have this otherwise maintain the recreational vehicle exception. If it's connected for more than 1 hour, that's evidence that it's being used as sleeping or living quarters. So again, 1 hour may or may not be enough. So that's a place where maybe the council says 6 hours, 12 hours. Keeping in mind that for people who may be using RVs in a way that's not intended, and using it for permanent living, you may have a neighbor call in and say, I think my neighbor's using their RV for permanent living, and it may take a few hours, maybe days, before they call it in, before code enforcement is able to get out. And so we wanted to provide, again, the ability for code enforcement to be able to look at this and say, okay, it's been connected for more than an hour. That's evidence that it's being used as sleeping quarters. So again, the 1 hour is something that you could choose to eliminate this. You can choose to amend all of this. I'm just pointing out some of the points that you may want to consider a little more. One of the regulations that we added was, and it's somewhat consistent with what you already had, that no major repairs would be done of RVs on the premises. That's consistent with the county code. We were also directed, I think this was a staff feedback, that the outdrive and outboard motors of an RV wouldn't be flushed between sunset and sunrise. So overnight, I guess there's noise and things that happen, so we don't want that happening overnight. So we added that regulation. And then this was one that I think I remember saying that I'm not a camper, and this was a learning experience for me. But my colleagues on staff shared with me that slide outs could be evidence that if they're out, that somebody is using the RV as permanent living. And so again, we said we've added a regulation that they can't be parked with the slide outs extended. And that if they're extended for more than an hour, again, it's evidence that you're using it as a sleeping quarter. So that's some of the new stuff. Going back to the size limits, that was something that we looked at. I think Councilwoman Bravo, you had shared with me, Councilwoman Bravo did her research and she brought to me the county code and the county's website and their regulations. And so we looked at that. I think I can appreciate how this is a regulation that you do not have currently, what the size of boats and RVs and things in your community are. You can choose not to have a size limit. You don't have one now. So what we've done here is we've included language that is in the county code with respect to boats and personal watercraft, and adjusted the size limits for boats to be more liberal than what the county provides. So the county actually only permits smaller size boats. The county, for those who are interested, also indicates that if you have a property that is less than 1/2 of an acre, you can only have one boat. If it's up to 5 acres, you can have up to 2. And so they, and I get it. There's people who live in the county for a reason. There's people who live in Miami Springs for a reason. And so we didn't include a regulation like that, but that's something that you could consider if you wanted to. I think I covered everything. Subsection F. This was something that was brought up by the residents. Temporary parking of the RVs. We did talk about this with staff, that you want to provide time for people to be able to set up their RV for when they're leaving on a hunting trip or camping trip, that you want to be able to provide for people to clean their RV. So we provided that you could have it parked for no more than 2 hours in a 24-hour period in front of your house, basically. If that's not enough time and the council wants to increase it, that's fine. We're here to listen and take your feedback. If you don't want to have this exception at all, you can also do that. People may need to find another place. Like that's, there's 2 extremes. I'm not suggesting that you take that approach, but you don't have something like this now. And this was also part of identifying who's using it for permanent living versus not. And then we did provide, and this was a recommendation from staff, that with the approval of the city manager, if you need to have your RV parked for more than those 2 hours and you need it parked overnight because you're going to be heading out and maybe you're bringing your camper from an offsite location because you don't keep it on your property, but you want to have it ready for that 3 a.m. wake up call, you can get a special dispensation from the manager in order to do that. And that way the city knows that you have this RV and you're not, keeping it there forever. That covers that. And then going right back up to the setbacks. Currently, the code it's a little bit unclear what the setbacks are. In some places, it suggests that there's no setback in order for where you can put your RV. And we can certainly retain that language, or we can provide for a 0 setback. Part of what the code currently provides is a weird calculation, and I'm not sure that I don't know that anyone has done this calculation in the past. It provides for a calculation that you can have an RV in the rear yard of a property, provided that the gross area occupied by the vehicle doesn't exceed 20% of the rear yard upon which no construction exists. And then it goes on. And it does say that any recreational vehicle may be parked within any distance of the rear lot line, subject to other provisions that are further below. So you have to read various sections to figure out where you can actually put an RV, whether it's in the side yard or the rear yard. So the goal with providing for the setbacks was simply to make it simple. So if the council wants to provide for no setback, you can do that. If you want to provide for greater setbacks than what we've put in the ordinance, we can do that as well. Right now, we've provided for a 3-foot setback, basically from your rear and side lot lines. So you would have to come in 3 feet and your RV can't be closer to your neighbor's house. It's basically the concept. So I think with that, that's everything that is there. Again, most of it is clarifying, most of it is reorganization. And then there's a few concepts for you to consider if you'd like.
Thank you, Heidi. Councilman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the work that Heidi did, and you get expertise in these things as they come up that you never imagined you'd get expertise in. I went back to the video of when this came up on February 26th, and it was right on the heels of the ordinance that the city of Hialeah made in order to curtail, they had a big problem with people renting out these types of recreational vehicles in their backyard. So that was like at the forefront of our minds as they went through it, and that was the impetus behind this. We literally said at that time, I'm quoting here, our concern is for camping trailers and RVs that people are renting out because of the housing crisis. It was said what we're trying to target is the living issue we have with recreational vehicles, and we should focus on things that curtail people living in recreational vehicles. I think a problem that I think we all saw back in the end of February is that our code defines a lot of things as a recreational vehicle, right? And that's actually something that we said, and I think that you made a good attempt at it when you were talking about because a boat, a jet ski, a utility trailer, a landscaping trailer, somebody who does landscaping, a hot rod that you're rebuilding, like all of these things, a golf cart, everything is considered a recreational vehicle. Where when it came to the amount that you could have, you did kind of, I don't know what we're defining it, but you gave a list. It's basically camping trailers. Now, maybe one may not be enough because you may have families that have, a tow behind, like a fifth wheel and a motorhome. But I thought that was the spirit of what we were trying to do. I even said back then, I have a boat on the side. We have lots of residents have boats. I have a boat on the side of my house. If we do a 3-foot setback on the boat, then I got to get rid of my boat, right? I think that was so. I think that if our North Star should be, because look, I don't think anybody would disagree. Any of the residents would disagree that we should be, keeping people from having a camping trailer or something in the back that they're renting out, that they're leasing out to somebody. I don't think anybody would argue that. And I think that should be our North Star. And we should compare everything to that. As a boat owner, it takes a long time to take your boat out, get it ready for the next morning, get the trickle charger on, wash it down, get it ready. And that's just a boat. I'm assuming that in these camping trailers, it's more. Mr. Diefendorf mentioned that it could take up to 6 hours. So I think that I appreciate the feedback from you guys. This is the first reading. It's a messy process that's why you do a first reading and then a second reading to get this. And I appreciate the work that you did. I would just caution us, same as we did back in February against the North Star, right? It is, we want to do something about people that are using these recreational vehicles as a sleeping and living quarters. That's should be what we, that should be the target. So like there are some things like the LSV exception. I think that if you have a golf cart that you convert it into an LSV and it has a tag and it's your commuter and you're using it, it was actually prohibited by our code. I'm glad that we're fixing that because I think that somebody should be able to have it out if they have a tag on it and they're using it to go back and forth, right? So I think that that's a good thing. I think that we really, really, really need to be careful because these are just what we're calling RV, camping RVs. I'm going to start referring to it, right? When everybody, and look, we're not, because I think that we just need to guard against overreach, because if anybody's ever backed a boat trailer into a lot, it is not, you can't just put it, absent a crane, right? And I know a lot of people that have boats, myself included, self-disclosure, on the side. You don't have 3-5 feet of setback on the side, and in the back. As a matter of fact, by the code's definition of a recreational vehicle, a utility trailer, that if you've got the 6-foot fence as a screen, like you can't even see it. So what does it matter if there's 3 feet or no feet up to the fence? So I appreciate the process that we're going through, and we're going to change things, but I just want to caution everybody. Let's just focus on people. What can we do and I get it. It's hard for code enforcement to enforce these things, right? So when somebody says, oh, 2 hours out, well, by the time a neighbor complains and by the time code enforcement gets out there, like 4 hours have passed, right? So that's the thinking behind it. Doesn't mean that it can't be adjusted. And look, like having the slide outs, that does, because we do have a lot of residents that complain, like, hey, my neighbor over here, the lights are on at night. And then you got to have somebody in code enforcement go out there at night, right? So if they have the slide outs out all the time, maybe that's an indicator. So I think we'll find that sweet spot, but we just really, really need to be careful, because we said that when back in February, because like watercraft, a jet ski, a boat, that kind of thing. And then you start doing setbacks in the backyard, like there's only a lot of people have a pool, right? And like, you can't just, I know in my backyard, I can't get my trailer into like a particular spot if I have to follow all those setbacks, even though I have it on the side. So I think that this is a great start. I think we've heard some good feedback, and I think our discussions should focus on just what can we do to really curtail people using it as sleeping and living quarters. And let's make sure that we don't unduly put a burden on residents that have all kinds of different vehicles, hidden behind their screen fence. I think that that's what we should focus on. Maybe adjusting, maybe allowing 2 camping type trailers, up to 4 recreational vehicles in general, but only 2. Maybe we can play with, we should maybe revisit the size limits, the connections, especially outside. Like, you're not going to be renting it out to somebody outside, right? If you're there more than a day, then it's going to be clear you're renting it out. But I'm glad that Councilwoman Bravo brought this up. I'm glad that Heidi, you spent time on it, and I'm glad that we're getting the feedback, and I'm glad that we're able to have a discussion about it and about the unintended consequences of people that have other recreational vehicles that are going to be affected by this. That'll mean, like, I'll have to get rid of my boat if as it's written now. But that's why this is the first reading. That's why we're going to have a discussion, and then we can even make changes, have a second reading, get more feedback. So I'm happy about the process. I just want to caution us that we really think about why we started talking about this, so that we could really focus in on those issues.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, guys. This is fascinating. God bless all of you who have lots big enough to have any kind of vehicle besides your own private vehicle. I have a small lot, even if I wanted to, and forget a boat. So God bless you and your fortunes. I appreciate that. Number 2, it's always great to hear from you guys, because, when the mayor read the State of the City report, a lot of those things that we've accomplished, a lot of codes and regulations that we address, we had feedback, right, from residents. And so I agree with the Councilman Fahed, and I appreciate Councilwoman Bravo have brought this to when we started talking about this, back in February. Democracy is, it's difficult sometimes. It's cumbersome, but it works. Let's not underline that. It works. So here we are, almost a year after we started this process, based on a discussion. I appreciate that Councilman Fahed calling the North Star, right? What it is that we're trying to accomplish. And so as I sat here listening to, the things that you all shared, and our attorney adding and clarifying for us, because, at first reading, it looks like a lot, and wait a minute, So, there were a couple of things that I picked up that seemed to be, I don't know, reasonable requests, right? So my brother-in-law had, an RV, and I don't remember where he parked it, but it wasn't in Miami Springs. But anyway, it's a beautiful vehicle to have, right? It's a fun vehicle to have. And I would imagine that preparing it for a trip, it's got to be a trip, right? And so I don't know the details. You all have enlightened me about that. And so maybe a 2-hour limit or whatever. I think that there should be some kind of reasonable accommodation on this point. And the second point that I picked up on was the point raised about when you get a vehicle like that ready or that you need to maintain a certain amount of electrical outage to maintain. It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me. So I would definitely keep an open mind. And then Councilman, if I had mentioned my third point which was setbacks. You guys are fortunate to have bigger lots, but sometimes even bigger lots are not enough, and it's something for us to consider. So I'm open to these. I think that our main concern was the idea of people in those vehicles who were renting them out, and we got a ton of complaints about those, and that was really what motivated this. Again, when you start looking at regulations and codes, one of the things that sometimes we find, not necessarily in this case, but we're a city that's almost 100 years old. Right, next year we're going to celebrate our centennial, and some of our regulations and some of our codes can be outdated or they don't exactly fit. And so, once again, thank you for coming to share these. And I agree that the most important thing is what we're trying to do, based on what motivated us to do this. And in the process, you come up with things and you look at things. Well, what about this? And what about that? Which was not necessarily in our original intent, right? Because it was to address a major problem of possible residencies in places where we don't want residency. So, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
To the chair.
Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So initially, yes, it came about where people were using the trailers and as living facilities. I took plenty of pictures. I have pictures of people living in these types of RVs. But as I actually, before I delved into that and I was preparing my case a couple months ago, when I looked at the original ordinance, this ordinance right here was so vague, and that is why that we have the problems that we have today with 3 and 4 different recreational vehicles. And then we're not talking about golf carts. We're not talking about flatbed boats. We're not even talking about boats. I don't even see maybe more than one boat on each property. Unless you're on Deer Run or Hunting Lodge or Pinecrest, where these lot sizes allow for you to have maybe more. So maybe we do want to look at, consideration of lot size. If you're less than, half an acre, maybe we should scale it back. Because if you really think about it, 20% of an average lot size, let's say of 9,500 square feet, you're looking at 900 square feet worth of recreational vehicles. So whether it be 10 golf carts, whether it be, what's the average size of an RV, sir? No, square footage. 200. Right. So they can have up to 4 and 5 of those RVs in the backyard. If you can fit it in there because you don't have a pool, then let's stack it up. We don't have restrictions. What I'm trying to do also, when we were looking at this, a lot of the complaints is the quality of life. I want people to have their recreational vehicles, and I want you to, I have even a little trailer that I have on the side, which meets the requirements, but I'm not trying to be a stickler. We're trying to give options, but we have to not, we should be able to exercise our rights to have these recreational vehicles without infringing on somebody else's rights for privacy. Right now, a side yard setback is 7.5 feet for the most part. So I'm pretty impressed how these, depending on your lights, your angle, but it's kind of hard to get in there. Maybe you come into an alley. How you get it in there, I don't care. So it could be there because of the ordinance. It could be there. But when I started delving in and doing my research, I started seeing other types of vehicles. And I'm like, are these even considered recreational vehicles? I'm talking about broken down tractor trailers. I don't think I consider those recreational vehicles, right? So we had to get like a little bit more specific on what are recreational vehicles. And the reason for the limitation is we don't want to create neighborhoods to start looking like, I'm not going to say junkyards, but maybe like storage yards, you know, because you may have a big lot and maybe you have a business, right? And you want to store and use your lot for that. Um, that again, that's something that you take a risk when you're gonna do those and exercise that type of activity. But it's come to the point in our city where it's already so noticeable that we have to do something. So the RVs, I've seen like these beautiful RVs on the side. We're not getting rid of that. I'm not saying we're gonna take that away. What I'm saying is that you're gonna have restrictions. We may have to get to what the how the county does it with maybe the lot size. What I'm trying to do is create more of like for example, your next door neighbor has the RV next to you. They're not going to want to put it closest to their property line, right? Because they're not going to want to. They need access to either a water hose or they need, you know, have hedging. You want to have some sort of space, but then it's infringing on your neighbor that maybe they have a pool and they have kids and, you know, they don't want, you know, it's kind of weird to have a big RV overlooking into somebody's property. Unfortunately, we can't risk that. I'm not going to be making you put an RV behind your house. It's still an option. You can still, in the ordinance, you can still put your RV behind your house. But this what we have here, it's creating a messy detail in the city. And for boats, I'm not really looking at boats. There's no height restrictions. The issue is not really boats. The issue is these very big recreational vehicles that could be used for multiple things. And it's really hard based on this ordinance to enforce through code compliance what these vehicles could be used for. No, not,
This is our
not for right now.
discussion. You had your chance.
So I do agree that, and I was gonna bring it up anyways, for line 282, where recreational vehicles may be temporarily parked for no more than 2 hours in a 24-hour period. Of course, you're gonna get ready for a camping trip. Maybe allow them 12 hours, maybe a whole day. I think that was pretty tight. I mean, I can't even get my kids sometimes to get out to the car like in an hour, like back and forth. So that's definitely things that of consideration to take in. But we needed to narrow down what are actual recreational vehicles because I'm seeing things around town that I'm like, this is not recreational. This is something. I mean, I can probably stand on top of it and see the whole city. Okay. And I don't think that's fair to a neighbor. I don't think I bought it's not what you have, sir. I'm just saying it in general. What I'm saying, because if you had it next to you, then you would have a problem probably. So we just need something more defined. There was something else here. Also in our old ordinance, I don't know if the zonings were specified. I think Heidi was gonna fix one of those. No, right? Not in the original one.
They weren't specified, but
Right.
we discussed, I made an error.
That's
on line
okay.
237, and I'm gonna strike the reference to zoning district R2, which is
Perfect.
in our code, but not on our zoning map.
Right. So in our existing code, we don't have any specification of, you know, these multifamily housing or the duplexes. They can store there too as well if they wanted to. And I don't think that should be a benefit for duplexes or multifamilies to be storing recreational vehicles. I think that should be a right of maybe a single family homeowner that has an actual lot to store such vehicles. Let's see. So line item 254, the limitation. I would like to see that we, out of the 4 recreational vehicles, again, whatever you have stored in your garage or whatever you have stored that's not visible, let's just be quite honest, because people do that and you could get away with it and curse me. I don't know, but it's not, if it's inside of your garage, it doesn't count as your 4. So you can have 5, 6, 7. What you have inside your house is your business, you know? So it's not limiting you to 4, it's limiting you to 4 exterior recreational vehicles. And Heidi, I don't know if the line item 241 for the low speed vehicles, The one that could be parked out in the front, would that be considered part of the 4?
You can make it an exception.
It-
That's a good clarification.
Right, so that shouldn't be part of the 4, you know, because we're trying to become a golf cart friendly city, which I don't see that that's gonna happen soon. So we are LSV friendly, and we want to make it more accessible to the owners to jump in and out of their RVs, you know, that's the whole point. Right, the LSVs. What did I say? LVS?
Out of their RVs. We're not while we're operating.
It's the pregnancy, sorry. So I don't want to create a hardship on that. That's one of the reasons why I recommended that we allow, you know, the LSVs to be outside of the home. I myself have an LSV. We jumped on that bandwagon. It's great, but you know, I have it parked in the back just because. But I wanted to make sure that once it's changed, we can park in the front. It should be accessible just for easy access. I think that's about it. I think we're being very lenient on line items 245 to 248. The 3 feet side setback. I was thinking about 5, but I'm seeing that that's probably going to be a little bit challenging. And we're not talking about boats, really. We can maybe amend the boats. We're really targeting more like enclosed recreational vehicles. You know, you can have a boat on the left and you can have an RV on the right, or either or, correct? On the ordinance. So it's not like we're making you have one or the other. But we have to come to the reality when it comes to your lot size, you do have limitations because you don't have an acre, 2 acres, 3 acres. So what you're doing, I mean, things get brought to the city, we make amendments, but we can't like your case is not the majority, right? The majority is maybe 1, 2. So we're kind of like targeting like the general public in this sense. I don't know if anybody has feedback, but this is something that we do need to execute, because what we have here, this is going to become a disaster for the years to come. It's already gotten bad, really, really bad. So I don't know if anybody else here on the council has any other comments. Definitely be more flexible on the RV prep time and all that.
Mayor, can we?
Done. Yes, let me make a comment before we listen. Okay, and our family has been both boat owners and wreck vehicles. We've owned at least 2 over the 35 years we've lived here, 2 wreck vehicles, maybe 3, I don't even remember, and I don't know how many boats, on and off. So I'm familiar with both situations. In fact, I remember one wreck vehicle that we bought that we thought we could fit on the side of our house, and it wound up being like 2 feet extended beyond, and we had to get rid of it. We parked it in Medley for years, paying for it, and eventually we got rid of it. It turned out, you know, it was 2 feet extra, but that was the reality of it. So I'm familiar with the situations. Look, we live in South Florida. We live in an amazing area. You know, we are so lucky, and the ability to, I think everyone knows how much I appreciate the ability of all of us to enjoy outdoor recreation, particularly because we live in a paradise that allows us to do that. However, we also live in a community, in a city of Miami Springs, and it's incumbent upon all of us to have the vision and take the responsibility and the actions needed to maintain the quality of life in our city. And obviously, when issues come to us, that's when we have to address them. In this case, what I remember is when we started bringing it up, and I think Councilwoman Bravo brought it up, but I had been for a long time discussing it with our city attorney, with our code enforcement officers. I got numerous calls, and I still do, in the evenings and on weekends, of residents complaining. And this is not just a lot of residents, and I know Councilwoman Bravo, you were getting the same thing, of residents complaining they're living in an RV over here. The lights are on at night, the air conditioner is running, and there's a family in there. And it's very difficult for us to enforce, and JC and Heidi, you can correct me, our code enforcement officers are not allowed to peek over fences and see what's going on. Neighbors can, a neighbor can look over whatever, but we have restrictions and it is a problem. It still is a problem. We're having it happen. And because of the housing crisis has probably created it more around the same time that we were, and I know for me, it's been the past, easily the past year before we even brought it to the council. Around the same time, it's my understanding is when we found out Hialeah had actually prohibited across the board, and you can imagine a city like Hialeah prohibiting RVs in cities in single-family homes, the lots of single-family homes for that very reason, because it's not something that code enforcement can knock on the door of the RV and say, you know, who are you and why are you here? So our regulations, like everything else in our city, that's what makes it a desirable place to live. It keeps the quality of life. And ultimately, that's our responsibility. And sometimes these decisions are difficult, you know, and clearly we can never please anyone, but we have to look at the big picture. So I want to get that across. The aesthetics have also been an issue of the aesthetics of when, and I've gotten numerous complaints, calls from residents saying, I'm looking out at a storage facility. My neighbor's house looks like a storage facility because they have these several recreational vehicles stored there and no trees, no landscaping, nothing. And I might as well, you know, be living across from a rented storage facility. So the aesthetics were part of it, in addition to the use of these vehicles for living. And if the lights are connected, if electricity is connected to the vehicle, as long as we allow that, it allows for someone to live in there. That's just the reality, and that's what's happening. So that's why the restriction on not electrical, and perhaps if you need electrical on there, then you have to park it, find somewhere else to park it where you can provide the electrical. But the electrical and the supply lines, you know, having a water hose running in through the window of an RV, which several residents have complained to me about that. They always have a water hose and it's turned on and it's running in there. Obviously, you know, they're living there. But if we don't have the code clarification in our city requirements of what can be enforced and what can't, which is true what Councilwoman Bravo was saying, it's not there because it's an older city. Continually, we are updating our codes. This is a process. Everything in the city, and I say it over and over, nothing is static. We are constantly updating to address current situations, and that's a reality of not just our city, but every municipality, and that's our responsibility as, you know, we sit up here. So I want to bring those things across, make sure that the allowable time, and there were several items, as you know, I went through this ordinance that I had brought up for discussion. I know you cannot prepare a boat or an RV in an hour. So that's one of the things that I had on here, that we need several hours. That's just the reality of it. And then when you arrive back, you're exhausted, you want to shower, you want to do whatever, and then start cleaning it up. So we need more allowable time there. Parking overnight. It's my understanding in the past that we allowed 24 hours overnight parking in the front to get it ready for a trip. And that's reasonable. You know, so those kinds of things, I think we can incorporate into these final decisions of how we decide if the screening. And Heidi, what is the screening? Because if an RV is a very tall RV and they have a 6-foot fence, that's not screening it. And I get a lot of complaints from neighbors who say, look at what I'm looking across. You know, I'm looking at a storage facility. How would the screening apply if, you know, if the RV is 12 foot high?
Sorry, I was shuffling
problem.
for the hedges ordinance that you just recently adopted. So the intent is that the hedging or screening be consistent with the hedge and screening ordinance. So
Which we don't have a height limitation on hedges. So they can conceivably put in a hedge to cover the entire 12-foot IRV is what they would need to do. And tree removals. You know, we've had our canopy is so vital to us, and in allowing the storage of so many recreational vehicles in the backyard, we're eliminating a lot of trees, which is a vital component of our city, a critical component of our city. So I think there's a lot of things here we need to consider. Any kind of electrical or any kind of supplies other than within that 24-hour period for, that then the RV is going to be moved makes it allowable for living quarters. It's not something that is unique to our city. These situations are occurring, and from the number of phone calls and complaints that I've gotten on weekends and evenings from neighbors, from residents throughout the years on this, it's pervasive throughout the city. Renting space in backyards where people have said, it's clear that, this person is renting out space for storage of an RV or large RV or a boat in their backyard because this other family comes in and out and takes it out and then comes back and parks it there. That, if you've got a large backyard and somebody, says, can I rent the space there? And you're doing that, is that fair to the neighbors too? Have these other families coming in and taking the vehicle in and out in our residential. So it's very important that, and I understand not requiring registration, not because that's a hardship for the city too, but we've got to be clear that it's either the owner can have a property, a recreational vehicle stored there, or the tenant. And that's it. Give me one moment because I've been making comments while we've been talking, but I want to come back to Councilwoman Bravo's points on why we even initiated this. I agree with you. It's a big issue, and we have to take measures to address the situation that we have been experiencing, the numerous complaints that we've been getting from residents for the past year or so. Oh, the slide outs. That's the other thing, a slide out. Unless it's during that period of the cleaning or whatever, if something is a slide out, and a lot of recreation vehicles don't have the slide out, so it may not be. But there's no reason to have the slide out open other than, we're using it as, and it may be, if it needs to be aired or something else and you need extra space and it needs to be stored somewhere else. And I'm sure there are facilities that, that allow you to keep it open and as much as you want. There's a question here. Oh, when we talked about the setback, and Councilman Fajed, I know you said if you have a setback, you really can't park it on the side of your house. I've gotten a lot of complaints from, and not with riding boats, but from people with recreational vehicles parked right there, and they go, that's my backyard. I look out my window and this large, very high recreational vehicle is parked on my side, and it's right there touching my yard. Also, if people have fences or hedges that are theirs, parking those, and as you know, like you said with boats, it's a miracle if you get the boat parked exactly where you want it. And some people do. They're very, very good at it. We never were. But if you, miss a little bit, you're damaging the hedge or the fence of your neighbor who's got it there. And then if you call code compliance, code is going to say, well, that's between two neighbors. That's on your property line. We're not going to get involved. That's not fair for us not to make provisions so that that's unlikely to happen. So with that, I know you wanted to talk, but I wanted to make sure that, we bring it back into the reality of why we even got here are the numerous complaints from residents for quite a long time.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention something just to put it on the record for everyone to understand. The code enforcement is not easy. They're not allowed to use drones. They're not allowed to peek over people's fences. So you get calls, and then you being able to enforce it, so, and particularly if it's having to catch somebody at night using it as living quarters, it's like you're talking about covert operations. So it's important for people to understand, right? Like you may have heard, there's a section of it where they're talking about something being in a state of disrepair. and, you know, and proposing going from 3 months to 2 weeks. You also have to look at it from the point of view of the city. There are people in this town that are running a boat mechanic maintenance out of their backyard, and there's always a, you know, a car or a boat in disrepair, and so like that we're trying to, you know, we're juggling, you know, complaints that we're getting about things that we know that are happening versus unintended consequences. So just throwing that out there.
Wait, can you repeat what you just said about businesses?
Yeah, I know that code enforcement has properties that they suspect because they've gotten complaints that the people that live in that property are using their backyard to bring in cars or boats that they are fixing in their backyard, because there's always like 2 or 3 of them back there, and it's always in a state of disrepair, because it's not just that you have a boat and you're fixing it, it's that you're fixing other people's boats or other people's cars in your backyard, and you're basically using it like a mechanic shop. And so it's hard to enforce, right? It's always the balance between being able to have the code in a way that allows things to be enforceable by code enforcement without placing undue burden on residents that are doing the right thing. So that's part of our challenge. I just wanted to throw that out there. Is there anything, since this is first reading, that we have consensus on? Like, can we bring some things up? Like, it seems like there's disagreement about setbacks. I feel like if you start doing side setbacks, it's gonna be standing room only in here for second reading. But like, can we consider? So you would propose maybe 24 hours out in front, right? And again, I'm gonna keep people living in the back. You're renting it out, right? If you're out for 24 hours, I don't think that's going to be an issue. Do we have consensus on that? I mean, I hate to.
Well, let's do this. Let's go through the ordinance, because I think we all have different, so, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Yes, sorry.
The chair, obviously, we're already kind of going through a lot of the points that we need to address. And it's gonna take us a while, I think, to a certain extent. But, you know, ultimately, the reason, like you mentioned, Councilman Fayette, is the North Star, which is obviously we cannot have people, you know, renting and living an extra quarters in there. So whatever language is there that we need to make that clear and make it easier for our code enforcement, I think that stays. And there's other stuff that we'll discuss now, but obviously the setbacks, to me, it's one that I'm not a fan of. I think that makes it a little bit more difficult. You know, limitations on the, you know, one of each. That's another one that I think it's something to discuss, as well as the other stuff that you just mentioned about the 24 hours in front of the house, or the business, you know, maintaining. I'm sorry, the house maintaining it and doing work to the RV or the recreational vehicle. I think that's too little of time that we have put there at 2 hours. You know, definitely the owner tenant requirement. That's also another way of trying to stop, you know, some of the other concerns that we have with people renting the space for outside people that are not residents of the property. So yeah, well, I think we're ready to start seeing how we get the consensus. But overall, I think the time limits are one of those things that we can discuss. I think you got the consensus for most of us.
Mayor, do you want to pick a color just to be able to give guidance?
Well, I think there's several things here, so I think the best thing in this case is just to go through, you know, where does someone have something at first that they want to, what line? And we'll go to the line number.
Through the chair.
I don't have comments until 2:45.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I know that setbacks for people it's like, seems to be bad, but the county does have setbacks. We have setbacks, we have building setbacks, and the setbacks are for a reason, right? Because you don't want a house too close to another house. So this is not a permanent structure that we're talking about. So I don't see how we should, it's encroaching into that space that's supposed to provide some space between two property owners, right? For their quality of life, for their right of that aerial space. We're still allowing recreational vehicles, even at the most minimal side setback. If you can't get your,
Excuse me, one second on that with the setbacks, because I have a thought on that
go
that
ahead,
I think
go
we need to discuss. When we're talking about setbacks, in the case of a boat, usually a boat is a trailer and then the boat is a bigger thing. What is the setback? Are we talking about
the side,
the side of the
between
boat or
the
the
lot line.
trailer?
To the home.
No, I'm
To the
saying,
next
but
fence.
when we're saying the setback has to be, what do we have here?
3 feet.
3 feet. Is that from the trailer, the wheels, or the boat, which is usually V-shaped
The end
very often?
structure that's facing the
The,
neighboring
the
property.
beam is the width of, that's the maximum width of everything together, right? That's, I mean, I guess only for the boat, but yeah, I mean, the width of the boat, if you're saying that there's a 3-foot setback, that means that there's got to be 3 feet from the property line to the beginning of the recreational vehicle, which again, I will also say, if you have a jet ski on a trailer, it is a recreational vehicle. And you're not going to be able to see it if there's a
Right.
6-foot fence like you're supposed to have. So that, which is why we have to be precise. I feel like we're really opening up a can of worms with the whole setback argument.
We're,
But
we're not trying to
let's
dissect the
go ahead
properties
and
because
let-
you're not going to see it. We're not trying to dissect properties. They're more for visual things. I mean, but we're getting to the talking squirrels now. I mean, there's things that you're going to be able to get away with. Let's just be honest. Okay. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. There's going to things that just fall within reason. But we're trying to create ordinances for elephant obstacles, right? Things that actually cause a visual and physical nuisance.
So we're talking about, just for my clarification, when we're talking about setback with the boat, we're not talking about the wheels. No, what I'm saying is the boat, the edge of any part of it. Okay, all right. I don't know if we need to clarify that on there, Heidi. Because if you're saying 3 feet, I mean, you have to maneuver the boat in, and that's, in the second reading, we can clarify that, but it's something to give thought that.
So to that point, your current code provides that with respect to the rear lot line, any RV may be parked within any distance of the rear lot line. So we can retain that language, which is the 0. I think what I would do is I would just change rear to 0 from the lot line. And if that's your current language. But if the concern was people are too close, I don't know that that large wall, as Mayor, as you were describing, of having an RV sort of behind the fence, and this is what you see. I don't know that 0 feet or 3 feet is going to make a difference. So
in the rear, it doesn't make a
you're going to see it even if it's in the middle of the yard. You're gonna see it.
right. It's again another place in the code further down. It provides that you can have it not closer than 3 feet from any property line. But once again, this is one of those places where your current code is unclear. So it seems like you have a 0 foot for the rear. So we could simply change that if there's consensus to do a 0 setback on the rear, we can change that.
I don't think anyone has a problem with
No.
0 setback in the rear.
No.
Right?
Other than if you don't have an alley, I don't think you would, I mean, if you have an alley, I don't see why you would have a problem. If you don't have an alley, then there may be someone that has an issue because you don't have some sort of separation. I'm just looking at all angles. So if you have just one fence behind you and nobody has hedges, you can put hedges, but an alley kind of saves you from that setback. So 0, if you have an alley,
I think
but it's not going to make a difference. They're going to have to,
homes
they're
have
not gonna-
alleys, and I think that
Right.
0
I'm not too
setback
concerned
in the
about
back,
rear.
I don't think that's a big concern.
Okay,
So
so
right now, we don't have
Anything.
a rear setback.
No.
no, but you don't have
But it was very ambiguous.
it's ambiguous, and it's depending how you got to read it in context, right?
Right.
So it's 0, but the sentence prior to that provides that the gross area of the area occupied by the vehicle can't exceed 20% of the rear yard upon which no construction exists.
Yeah,
So
that has to be addressed.
presumably that's gonna be your pervious area of maybe between your pool deck and your rear lot line.
So it's not fair. Like, let's say you don't have hedges. You don't have to put hedges, but you don't want to see 3 RVs be on your backyard. We have to create some sort of balance.
But it sounds like 0 is where the
I'm okay with
consensus
that.
is
Yeah.
on the rear.
I am in favor of no setback.
We require screening, right?
Yes,
So if you have a 0 setback, you have to screen the vehicle.
you still have to.
So,
screen it,
so you still have to provide some sort of screening to make sure that it's
The screening's at 6 feet.
okay.
So the screening,
small.
The screening is not at excuse me.
Yeah, most.
so all it says, what we've provided is that the recreational vehicles must be properly screened from all adjacent properties and streets in accordance with the requirements of your section on hedges. So.
And our section on hedges does not limit hedge height unless there's that visibility zone. So if a recreational vehicle is visible from the outside, and these are again things where, when residents complain, because for the most part, unless there's residents and that they complain to us or to code enforcement, then they would have to grow the hedge to cover the vehicle. And they could solve that by that and put in a hedge to. Okay, Councilwoman, go ahead and continue. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I
No,
wanted to make sure to understand that part with the.
That's okay. So side setbacks, I mean, I think it's irresponsible not to have any side setbacks, even if you can see it, just for the purpose of actually parking a recreational vehicle on the side. What if you get too close to like what Mayor Maria said, to somebody's property line and you damage their fence or whatever? We have to have something. The county has their standards and their minimum requirements. I don't see why we should be an exception to that rule. I think the county has a lot more experience than we do.
On that point, your current code does provide for a few things to have an RV in the side yard. And one of them is that the side of the RV must be screened from the adjacent neighboring property with a minimum 6-foot solid fence, live hedge, or other solid screening material approved by the building department. So, I'm sorry, with a minimum, I don't know if I said maximum. So again, that's consistent with the requirement that it be screened from adjacent properties.
Right. And I'm not too concerned. It doesn't matter what, there's not going to be anything that's ever going to cover an RV. And I like to see nice RVs. I'm not, if you can't cover it, even though it says you could only cover it to a certain extent, right? So long as it's not dismantled and it looks like crap and it's like decaying and like abandoned, right? There's going to be certain things. I don't have an issue with that. But I have an issue where we have in our code specific vehicles that are prohibited, and certain residents are using them as or saying that they're recreational vehicles and they're not. Okay. So I have, and I can list them down, and there's things that I've seen, and it's not to target, but it's just things that I've seen, and then people that have told me, and neighboring properties that, they don't, we have to follow what we have. So it says here on 15013, the following vehicles shall be prohibited from parking in the single-family residential zoning districts in the city. 1, box trucks. 2, equipment carriers. 3, tow trucks, food trucks, supply carriers, commercial transport vans, buses, I'm assuming these Greyhound buses, tractor trailers, and other vehicles designed for commercial use. So I don't know. We have to enforce this because we don't have specific verbiage in here. And I'm trying to avoid people using what we have as a crutch to just have freeway to all sorts of strange vehicles, which you could have whatever you want, but it needs to fall under these provisions. So of course, I would like, if you're going to take out your RV and get it prepped up, 24 hours for me, I think is a good idea. Okay. 2 hours is not reasonable. We saw it, but it was last minute. That's why it's up for discussion. Other than that, I have no other issues with this proposed ordinance. Maybe the boats. I don't know, because they have to be on a trailer. So the boat per se could be 3 feet from the fence, but again, you're not going to see the trailer wheels. And I don't think we're going to get into the specifics of looking to see if the trailer wheel is 3 feet away from the fence. I think it's just more of having a slight buffer. We're just trying to service the residents in some way to some capacity with your limitations of as homeowners, with those limitations that you have on your side setback. Because the average setback here is 7.5 feet. And I can tell you the majority of these houses here, except for a couple of the streets that I mentioned, with a lot more acreage, you're looking at 10-foot wide fence at most, I would say. So if you can't fit, I mean, you can fit your boat. I don't want to get too stickler on that because I like boating myself. I don't have one, but boats really don't bother me. What bothers me is visual nuisances, that aesthetically that people are just not taking care of their stuff. So whether you want to have a boat on the left and you want to have an RV on the right, there's only so much you can do to cover it. You do what you can according to, and then the rest looks pretty, right? I'm not trying to get into the nooks and crannies with this. But there needs to be some sort of regulation. And definitely the living quarters. I know that there's 3 on a circle roundabout, and there's 3 people, I don't know, they probably took care of it, I'm not sure, living there for sure. And they're tapping into our sewer lines.
Well,
Because we're paying taxes for that. I'm paying for water,
And it's not, sir, this is just us. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's a discussion between the council. It's public, but it's a discussion between the council. But I can tell you, anytime that anyone wants to reach out to any of us individually after meetings during the week or the city manager or anything, that's available. I do want to say another thing that's been happening, and I think most of you are aware of it, but I know, I believe Councilwoman Bravo is, and I know I have, it's brought to my attention with the living quarters, when the electrical is connected to the RVs, and, the neighbors see it late at night, the doors opening and closing, and people are in there, and the lights are on, and then they get turned off, and that happens, and then there's a car that, they can see someone leaving the RV and getting in their car to go to work in the morning. And the other thing that's happening in a few properties is they're not connected to the sewage, because that's much more difficult. So what they're actually doing is dumping the waste, if you have an RV, into the yard, and then pouring chemicals in there to, I've had complaints of people pouring lye and other things so that there's not the smell, because it's a smell for the residents too, but of course they're getting rent. So there's a lot of abuses. People are very resourceful. There is a housing crisis, and that's the reality of it. And perhaps we wouldn't be facing this if that wasn't, or as much of it as it's occurring. But any kind of electricity that's continually on to an RV is a definite potential for abuse, and I don't think that we should allow that. I'm all for 24 hours of preparing, of
I think we have consensus on that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we,
We can move forward on that one.
I'll just come back.
well,
you want to ask if everybody at least is in agreement with that one? So
the
that
24 hours
Yeah.
of preparation for any,
Yes,
okay.
I do have, well, I don't want to interrupt.
And I
you.
do have something else here that and maybe I'm misreading this, but it's under line 291 owner leasing requirements. In the middle of that paragraph, it says a vehicle owned or leased by a non-resident of Miami-Dade County who is a house guest of the occupant owner or occupant leasing of the lot may be parked or stored on the lot for a period of not to exceed 14 days, meaning we're allowing
No,
them
no.
to park
Yeah, so
14 days here at the house? I mean, that,
right, but they can't use it. So they would have to, they would be a guest in their, right, hiding in their house. So they're
Oh.
parking it within the provisions of our ordinance. So it's like if the owner owned it, right? So it would follow within the regulations of the ordinance.
I don't think that's necessary. I know we've had company as recently as this past summer who own a large RV, and they've come to visit, and they parked it
in Hollywood, a trailer park or something, you know, because I said it's not allowed here and they're staying at our house. So the only reason that you would have it parked there for up to 14 days is again, encouraging, facilitating. And all of this comes back to how our code enforcement can enforce violations, because the majority of people in Miami Springs, I feel the majority of residents truly want to do well, but all it takes is like anything else, you know, you have a percentage of them, 5%, 10%, 20%, that abuse that. So any parking of it there, are you saying like within what's allowed in the setback and the normal
Right,
setback?
they have to follow all the provisions. And they would only be
I
there
just
for.
don't see how we could enforce that and it not be, then it's resident, it's
You
only
really can't,
residents. or
because for
tenants.
example, exactly, so if it's
So
a
I would just
tenant,
like that
that's-
removed.
I'm neutral. But for example, if somebody's renting a home and they have an RV, they can have the RV. They just have to follow the ordinance, just like the owner. I'm neutral when it comes to a guest.
I think that's impossible for code enforcement to enforce the 14 days and then it's another 14, we have another
don't-
guest for 14 days. If we're saying that it has to be the tenant, the owner
You
or the
wouldn't know.
tenant
Yeah, you
having it
wouldn't know.
there, then that would be, that's it. And anything else, you know, it's not allowed.
So just as a reminder, this is language that currently exists in your code.
Right.
I have not made any changes to that, and it's also consistent. This is how Miami-Dade County also has it, just for reference. Keep in mind that the RVs need to be registered to the owner or tenant. So if there's a concern that you have an alleged house guest and now, you know, they're there for 14 days and then the next day another person comes in, you know, possibly you could have back-to-back house guests staying for 14 days, but with different, I guess, RVs.
But how would our, and I'm
You know what,
looking
Lee,
always
what if
to
you
code enforcement as to how, when we get the
How would they
complaints
know?
and we ask code enforcement to look, because we have, how would code enforcement say, need to
Sure.
see your registration? I mean, that just doesn't seem
Yeah.
like, it doesn't seem feasible.
There's some
So-
aspects of this that require some cooperation from neighbors and just
Through the
you
chair.
could consider adding a limit if you wanted to leave this language and just provide that not to exceed 14 days in one calendar year. Like you only get one per year. You could prohibit it.
I would like to just leave it, it's the owner or, you know, parking of an RV
Yeah.
is for the owner or the tenant.
Yeah,
And
I would just strike
So
it
you would
because you
strike
wouldn't
it.
know. Because
Yes.
what if the owner changes his RV6 4 times a year? It doesn't matter. It just, as long as it's within.
What is more likely is somebody who is letting a friend park his boat in his backyard for $150 a month, which is actually cheap.
But that's not-
And then, like you were saying, right, neighbors complain like, hey, there's a family that comes and they take their boat every other weekend. So I think that's more likely to happen, which I think covers us by just ensuring that it's registered to either the owner or tenant. So I think that you're
And
covered-
not-
you're
and-
covered
and
there, and I don't
removing
think that you
this.
necessarily need that language.
No.
I agree.
Mayor, can I just
Okay.
mention something? Because it
Yes.
struck me and I don't
Yes,
want to
surely.
forget. I think Councilwoman Bravo said that like the average setback is about 7.5 feet. And if you have a side setback, means that your boat or recreational vehicle can't be more than like 4.5 feet, and that doesn't exist. I
Yes.
don't think so. I just want to reiterate that I think that the side setbacks are that's going to affect a lot of people that currently are here, right? Like you mentioned that you had an RV that was just two feet short, too long, and you had to get rid of it. You do a rear setback all of a sudden, and now an RV that did fit, now you're changing the setbacks. Now everybody's got to get rid of their boats and RVs and recreational vehicles. I think that's just a bridge too far.
Okay, no, and as you've said, the concern that this all originated with was the use of RVs as rentals. So the setback hasn't been, although it is occasionally an issue, but I don't think that that's a major issue. So,
So
for
we'll try
me,
to get the
I'm
consensus here about
willing
no
to
setbacks
lead with
or
that is if we
setbacks.
can move forward with, and again, this is the first reading, So we'll have some
Pass with modification.
input to Heidi of other things as we look at this possibly. But
Mayor, would you like me to just go down this list and highlight the items where I think there's consensus?
Yeah.
And
Yes, please.
just
Yes.
sort of.
Now, come back.
So I'm gonna just
back
assume
with
that everything
questions.
above line 234 is okay. And although there's not a 5 for 5 on the setbacks, it sounds like there's a majority who would be in favor of just providing for a 0-foot setback in the side and rear. I
which is
understand-
what we have now.
Correct.
Is right. So so what we're saying is not changing it.
Not changing it.
Okay.
It's gonna read differently and more easily, but we'll leave it at 0 setback. Okay. Then in the quantity section, it sounds like everyone's is okay with it up until the limitation where we added, and this was the new one, that we added that you could only have one of the following types of RVs, which are the motorhome, fifth wheel, camper type RVs. It sounds like there's not consensus on limiting it to one. I
I
heard
do. I
two.
want limited to one.
Currently, you don't have any limitation. It's just the overall limit.
Right. No, the whole point was, I mean, I don't want to see a lineup of RVs in front of everybody's houses. I mean, that's not, that kind of the curb appeal for the city is going to deteriorate. Even though it's pretty, I think it's an overkill for the majority of the lot sizes here in Miami Springs, to be honest with you.
So the maximum is 4, right? So
The
you want
maximum
line up-
in combination.
Right,
So, but we're really
The
restricting to
LSVs.
one
Right,
right,
no, but
living quarter.
what I'm saying is that what's being proposed now is you can have a maximum of 4, excluding the
LSV in the front.
right? But only one that is a camping recreational vehicle. So between 1 and 4, can we find a different number?
Well,
I mean, it's obvious that there are instances where law-abiding residents have.
I get it,
2,
but
and it doesn't
that's
seem
not the
unreasonable.
majority.
I know it's not the majority, but you said I don't want a lineup. There's several options between 1 and a lineup, right? The 4 is the maximum. 1 is what's being proposed.
We said boat and RV.
Is 2 a lineup?
Okay, let me get some clarification because to me, I think 3 recreational vehicles on a property plus the LSV if you're parking it in
The
front.
camping ones or like
Boat, whatever. One,
There's
you know.
4 recreational vehicles and everything that is under that umbrella, which includes like a jet ski, a boat, and whatever.
It says it right here. It says limitation notwithstanding foregoing only one of the following types of recreational vehicles.
So those are-
Trailers, trailer coaches, camping trailers, motor homes, pickup slides, campers, converted vans. It's limited to 1. We're not saying you can't have it.
You could
We can
use
have it
to
on the side.
Right.
Sleep or not sleep, tow, whatever.
But what I'm saying is that list that's carved out there is recreational vehicles that are for living quarters. It's whether it's
That's not what it says here.
Can you read it again?
Yes. It says trailers. You can't live in all trailers. You have trailers that just haul stuff, right? They're not AC. They don't have, it's not for camping. Trailer coaches. It could be, I don't know, trailer coaches with like a hound bus, some sort of bus. Seems like to me a camping trailer that, yes, you can, reside in there. Motorhomes coaches, you can sleep in there. Pickup sliding campers, which is the majority of the things that we have. Converted vans, I don't know if we have that, nor do I care if they have it. I haven't noticed them because they're vans. Mini motorhomes, they're motorhomes.
All of those except for trailers, right? I mean,
Right.
When I hear trailer, I'm assuming like a utility trailer, although we have language that says utility trailer. All of those are the kind that you can sleep in. That's what we're saying. You can have
Here,
4 recreational vehicles that includes everything under the sun, but a limit of 1 of that list, which I think the spirit of what that list is trying to define is things that you could live in and sleep in. So, does
Heidi,
it have to be 1? Can it be 2?
2 campers, are we talking?
2 of any of these?
Of any of these.
Yeah,
We keep bumping into the same problem as how what we're defining.
we're
That list that you just read are I want to call them camping RVs, camping type RVs, something you could live in. Right now, we're going to limit it to one and just 4 overall recreational vehicles. Does it have to be one? Can it be 2?
Okay, so
Me too.
I know where you're coming. I know where you're coming at.
Maximum 4.
I know where you're coming at. So I would limit it to one RV that you can actually sleep in or camp in or overnight facility.
That's what's.
And then separate that from a hauling trailer where there's no AC. You hook it up to your truck and you could pull it out. You may be taking out stuff, but it's way different from an actual RV. Is that what you're trying to separate 2 segments here, correct?
It's already been separated.
Let's talk
No, I
about just
haven't.
something that we can live, that someone can camp in, live in, okay?
So
That,
now-
are we talking about, because to me, what difference does it make if it's you're pulling it with a
Yeah,
a truck
a
or
fifth-
you're pulling, I mean, you know, it's
a fifth
basically just
wheel, a
the way it was
motorhome.
designed, but let's talk about living quarters type thing, you know, where you
Got
can camp
one.
in. Whether
That's
it's,
one for me.
huh? That's
One
one
for
for
me.
you. Okay. And I agree with that. I think one recreational, one camping per yard is reasonable. And, you know, we don't live out, you know, in areas where, you know, the yards are all, you know, 1 acre and you're very separated from your neighbors. It's a residential community. I think one recreational vehicle within, if you can park it, the size and everything, it fits in there. That's, for me, is reasonable. One boat, one,
Mayor, I would just push back that we're debating whether RVs that are for quarters, sleeping quarters, 1 versus 2. How is the difference between those 2 address what, again, the North Star,
Right.
right? Like I don't see how that's addressing what the spirit of why we started having this conversation, which is to curtail people that are using it to rent it out, to have sleeping quarters in their backyard.
and the people that feel like they're looking at
We're
property,
trying to
storage
reduce
properties.
the overkill of
I get-
usage of a
so-
small lot for the majority of lots. I
And
think
Mayor,
it's
you're
too
right. There were
much.
2 things. There was people using it to rent it out and also the aesthetics of it.
Of-
Is the difference between 1 and 2 the deal breaker for aesthetics?
Could I offer something?
Yes.
So for people who may currently have 2 of these sleep camping type trailers, perhaps we can thread the needle and borrow some concepts from our county partners.
Right.
They limit it to the size of the yard. So without naming names, there's a certain lot that has 2, but that lot size, at least based on the property appraiser site, is just over 11,000, almost 12,000 square feet. What if you limited it to lots up to 10,000 square feet can have 1, lots greater than 10,000 square feet can have 2 of these types?
I think that is so impacted by the size of your RV, you know, like I have 2 and in my opinion,
I
the
like that
quantity
the
is
county-
what matters, you know, just an RV or not an RV, a boat or not a boat. So let me ask you this. I don't know that having 2 RVs is that much of a problem in Miami Springs if we're not allowing the hookup of the electrical.
We already got
Because if you're not allowing the hookup of the electrical, then
That's
we're,
right.
you know,
Mhm.
resolving the issue of living in, of, you know, the neighbors saying the lights are on. Clearly, there's people living in there, you know, they come in the evenings and everything else. But if you don't allow electrical except for the 24-hour period when you're, you know, preparing to go off, that would resolve whether you have 2 RVs or 3, because that's the main concern.
Through the chair. Heidi, we spoke where the Miami-Dade County had, if you had less than half an acre, you would be allowed 1. If you had one greater than half an acre, you can have 2. And then at 5 acres or more, it's a max of 3. I wouldn't mind not reinventing the wheel and kind of going with what the county has. So anything under half an acre, you can have 1. Anything over half an acre, which is
It's very little.
21,000 and something, which is relative to the properties that I was talking about. Pinecrest, Deer Run, Hunting Lodge. with the except, there's lot sizes that do have.
The county's restriction, as it relates to the lot size, they use that for boat storage. When it comes to the camping type trailers and motorhomes, they limit it to one on a site.
So the camping trailers, they limit it to one on any site. See, they're even more strict. I'm trying to
So
just
that's
find
why
a
I'm
balance.
trying to find a balance here. If
Let's
you
go.
want to use that concept, then, you know, I don't think we don't have the horse country except for a few lots, maybe in Hunting Lodge and that area that are larger. We don't have those sprawling 3 and 4 acre lots like in other parts of the county. So if you wanted to adjust it for this type, and taking into account the really small lots or smaller than 10,000 square feet, just to select a number, it's a concept that you can use.
I kind of
if
like
not-
it, Mayor, because it gives people an opportunity to use their land the way that they wish to, with a little bit more flexibility. I'm okay with that. But we need to have some sort of definition in there. And let's be honest, the majority of the lots are less than half an acre. So that's gonna take care of the situation irrespectively.
You're saying by lot size of allowing it by lot
If
size.
we go kind of with what
Is there
what Heidi says.
consensus in general with that, with the lot size and the number of vehicles? I'm not real comfortable with that.
There's
Of-
half an
I'd
acre.
rather
is-
the number, I'd rather just
Me
go
too,
with the
though.
number that's
Very
allowed.
little properties in
If-
this town have that.
Right. I think what's more reasonable is, and you know, just, this is the quantity that you're allowed to have on your yard. If you can fit them in there in your yard, you can have up to that. It
I'm
makes
okay with
it,
that.
clearer. There's no, you know,
I just think that I think that one is,
You want to narrow it down to one RV, like camper, type of motor vehicle style. That's what you want to narrow it down. I'm okay with that. And then you can have another trailer that you haul or store that's not that on the other side if you don't have a boat to store. I mean, I don't care. You have your rear yard too. You could do whatever you want back there too. It's not like we're just trying to like work with the curb appeal, with the frontage and sides of the house, right? With neighboring
curb appeal
properties.
and the curb, well, the aesthetics of, you know, a neighbor, you live in a residential neighborhood and you should
The
feel like
front is the most
you're
important.
not looking at a storage facility.
Mm.
And the other thing is the misuse of, you know, which is the main thing, is the ability, and that happens if you allow electrical. There's just, we've seen it. I mean, it's happening all over the city. We're getting constant, you know, I get calls all the time about it. Okay, I personally think when we're saying quantity, and I'm still confused over that under item C2, line 249, we're saying quantity overall up to 4 recreational vehicles. Does that mean if you have an LSV, then you can have 5? If the LSV is parked in the front?
Oh, she had to put that language in.
Yes.
Yes,
If we,
right.
You would have to
so
put that.
yes, to answer the mayor's question, yes, you could have up to 5
Yeah.
because the LSV wouldn't count. Nor if you store your LSV in your front yard or you have it in your garage, which is an enclosed structure, it's not going to count towards the 4.
Yeah, and you can have another LSV outside and one inside your garage. It's
Correct.
not
I
gonna-
think 4 recreational vehicles is too much. It should be 3.
No, we're
3.
talking about in combination. So
in
RV, jet
general?
ski, golf car, LSV, flatboat.
I don't
So
think the
the
4 is
whole point was the
But the
exterior.
LSV, if it's parked in the front, then that
count.
doesn't count. So you can
Doesn't
still
count.
have 4 more.
Right.
So
but I'm
if it's in the garage,
It's excluded.
like
from
if
the
it's.
Oh,
if it's-
okay,
No, no,
okay.
but
I
no,
understand.
no.
No,
But
she's
that's not
saying
what I
it doesn't
understood.
count.
Sorry. There was a request, I believe, by Councilman Bravo, and I thought it was a good clarification, that the LSVs that get parked in your driveway would not count
Correct.
towards the
Toward the
4
So then
quantity.
we have,
Okay,
I
so
agree.
that's a change. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
So I didn't hear any
It should
issues
not-
with that, and
I
it
don't have a
didn't.
problem with that, but then I'm saying we're allowing 4 recreational vehicles
Overall.
total, not, that's a lot of vehicles.
So again,
Wow.
it goes back to, this is what you have currently. The 4 comes from how I read your current code, taking everything together. So right now, your code says 1 on the side yard and on a side yard, sorry. And then your rear yard is up to 3. So that's why I'm putting so that it's clear to all of us that the overall is 4. Because that part wasn't explicit in the current code. The 4 could be divvied up however you like. And you could conceivably have 2 golf carts, a boat, and a camper trailer. And there's your 4. And your neighbors might not see your golf cart or LSV. They, if you have them on the side, you don't have to park it in the front yard, right? You could put one LSV on each side. You could put your boat in the rear if it fits, whatever configuration works. But that's, again, it goes back to the fact that
Regardless, they still have to fit within the provisions of whatever it is that we say.
Yeah, within the yard. All right.
you
are
might
we-
have a jet
fine.
ski, a boat, a camper trailer, and a golf cart. There's your 4.
Okay, so let's try to move on and get some consensus on this. And again, for the second reading, you'll kind of clean
Yeah.
this up. Are we in agreement that electrical hookup is not allowed unless it's for the period where you're preparing the vehicle to use it or to take it out? And that's the only way that we can control, that code enforcement can control the use of,
Yes.
Is that what
that's
we're
in there?
on line 339?
I'm not sure what line that was when I read this.
Yeah, it's in there.
It says shall not be attached to any generator or service connection lines except as may periodically be required to clean or otherwise maintain the RV.
I think the more than 1 hour may have to be increased. I don't know how you
Definitely, I
how
mean-
you can know if somebody's living there in an hour. So we should change the 1 hour window too. I don't know.
Not that I don't want to get to the end of the ordinance, but I thought we were trying to get some sort of consensus.
Yeah, we're
the
good on
limitation
that.
number.
I think if it's connected for more than 24 hours is, if the electrical is connected for
No,
more
but
than.
she's still trying to get
consistent
consensus
with
on
that.
the quantity.
Oh,
Oh, and we're back on the quantity.
okay.
Yes.
I'm,
trying to get
look, I'm
consensus.
okay with the
Yes.
quantity. Ultimately, I mean, you'd
Yeah.
have to
But your
want to
colleagues
own
are
that many
not on the
vehicles
one.
and have the space for them. So is
No, we're
there,
good on the quantity for line 250.
I know,
Everyone-
on line 254 is
Excluding
where
the
I'm
LSP,
looking for
right.
consensus.
Yes.
Are you okay with
Yes.
one RV of the camping style trailer? Or do you want to provide for 2, or do you want to eliminate the
That's on line
I-
254.
limitation
I
on line
think we should
254?
do 2 because
I agree.
I think it's obvious to
Like
us
you
that
mentioned.
you could
2.
have a big motor home and like a smaller trailer. Like if you've got 3 like
Yeah.
camping trailers, like that's kind of like
Just unload.
That's
it's
what I'm
not
saying, to
even like a
separate.
small one, a big one. It's like 3 or 4. That's a lot. I think 2 gives the
Yeah, the resident.
That's why I was saying to separate, because there's 2 different identities to these types
right
of
so
vehicles.
of the camping type of the kind you
Correct.
can sleep in. I think
And
that
hook up
2
and all that. One in the
is
front.
is well short of looking like an RV, lot. I think that it's not a lineup of them. It doesn't look like a storage facility. I think that 2 is
I'm okay with that. 'cause
okay,
the other
do
types
we have
can actually-
consensus
yeah,
for
they
that
can
then?
actually be
Okay,
separate.
Heidi, let's
Okay,
leave
so
that
2.
with 2.
right.
You
I'd
get
rather
you're
one
getting
than
2.
But we are,
Okay,
but
moving
we,
on.
wait, excuse me, through
Okay,
the chair,
Yes.
Heidi,
yes.
it's 2, but we are separating the identities. So it's still a 1 mobile
So one motorhome and one trailer.
motorhome,
mobile.
coaches, any camping style type of actual trailer. It's separate from a hauling trailer, storage trailer, trailer that you can, there's 2 we're still limiting, we're all in consensus with 1 motorhome in the front.
So
and then an
you would
additional
just eliminate the word trailers on line 255.
Correct.
That's the
Okay,
only
so
one
strike
that-
the word trailers.
unlike the others.
Okay.
Correct.
Right.
So we would make it'll read, notwithstanding the foregoing, only 2 of the following types of RVs may be parked or stored on property: trailer coaches, camping trailers, etc.
And
No, it's
in this-
1, no, it's 1 motorhome coaches, and 1 meaning, you're removing all that. What I want to clarify here, whatever verbiage you have is just one.
I think what she's trying to get to. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think,
You just said two.
Yeah.
no, I think what
Pretty
you're saying,
sure.
and correct me if I'm wrong. You want one motorhome
Correct.
and then one like pop-up camper style type that you
No,
trailer.
No, trailer.
Utility trailer, like a
Utility
lawn
trailer,
and
lawn,
garden.
yeah, stuff like that.
Oh, that's not what, that's not.
what Fahet is saying.
I-
allowing two.
Then that's
Let's,
not gonna work.
let's leave two. Again, we're talking about, I mean, how many situations are we going to have that? The main thing is if we're trying to not allow residential use of people living in there, it's not allowing electrical and other things other than for the period where you're preparing it to go or you're coming back and cleaning it. And that's easy.
I'll use
Yes, Tim.
myself as an example.
Okay.
I worked
Thank you.
very hard with Heidi on this at the very beginning. And I used myself in a lot of these scenarios. I could easily have surpassed these 4 vehicles easily. I have a jet ski. I have a 32-foot Boston Whaler. I have a 17-foot Boston Whaler. I have an LSV. But that's already my 4 right there. If I were to add I have an RV. I have a 37-foot motorhome RV. So that's 5 right there that if you're an avid, outdoors person, you could easily surpass any of these. And that's what I gave Heidi an example of.
We're sending
But
code
those-
enforcement to Tamerson.
No, but I mean,
Lives in
that's,
Hialeah.
but that's
But you don't live in
Hialeah.
Miami
Put her in
Springs.
cuffs.
That's the only
Hialeah,
problem.
then that's
Steve,
that's
put her in
different.
cuffs.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't
Okay.
You can.
Blessed are the ones who can have them.
Why
But not
people would
with
feel like I'm looking across at my neighbor's yard and it's a storage
Motorhomes is
facility
too
like I would
much.
find in Medley or, in Hialeah, I might as well be living there, and I don't mean it despair.
No
I mean, that's
offense.
the reality of it, it's like really what, so
So
it's,
is what I read the consensus?
No.
I think,
I am
I
okay
want to see
with,
just one motorhome. Now, if you want to have 2 regular tow trailers on each side,
it's
Yeah.
funny
Fine,
how
but
the
I-
simpler things are the ones that take us the longest, right?
no,
but that's the biggest problem.
Right.
no, Mayor, I
Neither
think,
did
I
I.
think what we really need to focus on is the screening and make sure we screen and resolve that issue. Yes, and the being able to live in there, hooked up to electric, that slides out, sewer. If we focus on that, I think the complaints kind of,
I agree.
and-
The electrical
Explains so
connection
much.
is
and then,
is- the, excuse me, we're having a discussion. Thank you. Thank you for being polite. So the main thing is the electrical and in those campers that can be, that have the, what do you call it, slide outs or whatever. The quantity, we have a consensus on this quantity thing. Let's give Heidi.
What did you interpret was the consensus?
Well, let's just, okay, yes, why don't you
What
tell
what
us?
did you
because we can
interpret?
go through
What
and
was
just-
your last
Tell us.
interpretation of what the consensus was?
Mine and the clerks, I'm
Yeah.
bringing you with me. Was that subsection C4 on line 254 would simply be changed to read that notwithstanding the foregoing, only 2 of the following types of recreational vehicles may be stored or parked on a property. And we're going to eliminate the word trailers,
She said.
and we're going to leave the rest of the sentence. I'm seeing nodding heads, so I'm getting consensus.
Yeah.
We talked about that.
No,
On
no,
the next
I'm
page.
not nodding my head. I'm.
Sorry, I saw nodding heads.
Oh,
There's,
okay.
I shouldn't say consensus. There's a majority who feel that way.
Of 2
Motorhomes.
camping type of something that you could camp overnight
Motorhomes
that
in
you
the
could
front.
live in, 2 per home. Okay, I'm good with that.
On the next page, line 267, where I need consensus is whether you want to add size limitations or you want to remain silent. And I emphasize remain silent because your code does not currently set a limit. So I can strike this entire section altogether, or we can talk about what size would be acceptable. Based on tonight's discussion, I think that the majority, not the consensus, but the majority would not want to have size limits.
I think
We're
as
gonna get
long
into
as,
that. We're gonna
well,
start
as
size
long
limiting.
as they're meeting, let's just think about this, as long as they're meeting the restrictions that we're saying of, you know, how they park it, whatever, and, you know, is the size really that big a deal? I mean, are we having that many concerns with, you know, just a really large size, as long as they're screening it properly and,
I don't have an issue with boats.
okay.
My issue is something else.
So I would say we don't have size limits right now, and I think if we just come up with a number, it's going to be arbitrary. What's the difference between a 32-foot
Right.
boat and a 33-foot boat?
Okay.
So I say no size limit.
Okay, and this is all for the second reading. So
Yes,
again,
yes.
you know, in the meantime,
We'll have a 3-hour debate
Right.
second reading too.
I hope not, but yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna eliminate 267 to 274.
Okay,
Then, the only thing that I see as changing is on line 282. We're gonna allow temporary parking for no more than 24 hours to provide for loading and unloading.
Preparation.
Okay,
I think that's reasonable and,
okay. Then, it sounded like on line 294, when we're talking about owner lessee requirements, I didn't quite get a takeaway on whether you want to prohibit house guests from utilizing the.
I would like to prohibit that. I don't see anything that can cause except, you know, confusion, difficulty and.
It's going to be impossible to
and-
enforce. I
Yeah.
think we should leave it
Yeah.
to owners and tenants.
And
Yes.
that's the way it's.
Correct.
the
So,
original
Owner and
prohibit,
tenant only.
Just
Remove
strike out
last
that whole section
Yeah.
of a vehicle owned or leased by non-resident.
That's what we have now. The ordinance.
291 to 297.
okay.
one.
Then I think, we
Oh,
can
wait,
s-
line item 282.
Which one? No, we talked.
That was what I
We
just,
talked about it already.
We already did it?
Yeah.
Right after 24 hours.
Yeah. So, just in case for those of you who are gonna keep your notes and hold me to these things, on line 336, I'm gonna eliminate the word setback because the idea is that if you're maintaining a vehicle in your rear yard in excess of the 14 days because it's in a state of disrepair and you just gotta hold off to fix it, you gotta be in compliance with all of the requirements of this section, not just the setbacks. That was a Scrivener's error. Next page, line 342, as well as line.
Sorry, can you go back to, line 285, where we have the city manager can give, or is it 286, approval of,
For overnight parking.
for overnight parking? I don't think that's necessary if we're
If-
talking
if
about
we're
the
doing
24 hours,
24-hour no.
right?
Right.
So we can just remove that, so we're
Yeah.
not involving the
I'll
city
adjust
manager.
this section.
Okay.
Yeah. Good point.
And then on line 342 and 350, when we talk about the service line connections and the slide outs, you mentioned 1 hour may not be enough.
Mhm.
So are we looking at 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours?
Mayor, you had said 24 hours. It strikes.
I think just leaving it at 24 hours
Just
for,
be
you know, you're
consistent.
getting ready
Match.
and it's easier
Just match.
to enforce, to get it ready. The service connection line.
So would it be helpful to add for no more than 24 hours?
Right. no
It's
more
just-
than 24
I'm
hours.
trying to
But,
think of a
right, to
continuous
make it so
that
it's not exactly, because
day
somebody
after
else
day.
will say, right, so.
I'll play with the language. I'll
Okay,
figure
so
it
it has to be, it's not 24 hours today and now a new 24 hour starts and now a new 24 hour starts, you know, it's.
Make it-
I
make it clear
unplugged
for our
it
peeps.
in 23 hours, I unplugged it and now I'm plugging it back in 24.
Right,
have-
and we're gonna.
We've all
have-
experienced those kind of arguments
Yes,
okay, so something that it's, at any one, well, I'll let you, Heidi,
I got
figure
it.
that out, but to make sure.
So with those changes that we just identified and summarized,
Who- wait,
perhaps
through the
someone
chair-
could make
through
a
the chair.
motion to.
Sorry, no, wait,
Yes,
through the
yes,
chair.
ma'am, go ahead.
How do we validify line 339?
Please do.
That's
So-
the
One that,
with the
that's the
question.
one
That's
that
what we
you're,
just did. So
Right.
we're allowing a 24-hour hookup so you can clean out and do everything you need to do. But you're trying to avoid a continuance of the hookup. How do you validate? I mean, I think we should say, hey, listen, we're gonna clean out our we have to hook it up just like that. Like how do you know that that's not a continuation of a hookup and it's just not, it wasn't hooked up 5 days ago and oh no, we just hooked it up today and we have 24 hours. How do you?
So what we're saying here, it's gonna read that if you are hooked up for more than 24 hours, the city is going to use that as evidence that you're using it as sleeping quarters, and it's your burden to show that you're not.
you'll get a
Well, how,
citation
well,
and
how
that
would
would
they
go
know that you
before
had it
the,
hooked up for 24 hours?
That we have to find it. We have to see it. Somebody has to report it. And once we're aware of it, then from that moment, you have the 24 hours to see it, because until we see it, we don't know.
and that's where the neighbors complain, that they say, look, this is, I'm seeing it at 10 o'clock at night, the lights are on and people are coming in and out. There's a TV running in there, and they're coming in and
Or
out.
maybe the hookup should be at certain times of the day. Maybe 8 a.m. to 8
I
p.m.
think the 24 hours
And
is
then-
fine because everyone has different
Okay.
hours of
'Cause
when
that's
you
only
work
when
on it. You get back from a trip late and you,
It's like
You gotta
the,
be doing these things at 3 o'clock in the morning.
right?
it's like
loading your-
a 3 hour, it's like a 3 hour parking,
Yeah.
right? The officer, the PSA, whoever drives by, makes the connection. And then 3 hours, a little more, 3 hours later, the vehicle's still there, they get a ticket.
That's if they see. I mean,
So
we
it's,
can't
it's,
see it all,
y-
right?
You can't, unless you
Real.
see it, right? You're out there driving around.
Okay.
So
I
there
just-
could be a motion with those changes.
And I know you'll have to massage these for the second reading to,
I'm not, I love everything and it's just sad that I can't vote on this because of line item 254. Because the whole point was not to see an overabundance of motorhomes in someone's front, the front of the house on the side. I
But
wanted
they're
to
not gonna
limit.
be in the front. They're not
Not gonna be
permitted
in
in
the
the
front.
front.
It says it. But no, they're not
Line-
mandated to put it in the back. They can
Line
put it on the
239.
side.
Line 239 provides that RVs shall be parked or stored in the rear side yard of a property.
Right.
There is no front parking of RVs
No,
except
no,
for
no,
office
but
space.
they could be on the side setback, right behind the fence line,
Correct,
towards the front of the house.
correct.
So that's
you're
why I
saying
don't
from the
want to
street
see it.
side.
From the curb appeal, I don't want to see two motorhomes. So I like this ordinance as a whole. I just don't, that's the whole point of avoiding an overabundance of motorhomes on each side. That's why I said if
Got
you
it.
wanted to segment it and see it to allow for one motorhome, and then the other side could be a trailer. Or if you don't have a motorhome, you can have two trailers. I'm not saying you have to have one of each. I'm
I don't
not,
think there's that many situations where,
I send you guys all the pictures.
where.
We have even 3. It's up to you guys. I like everything. I just don't like that.
You can park, for my clarification, you can park on both sides,
Yes,
2 separate things on both sides,
yes,
if you have the space.
yes. Is there a motion?
I say,
I'd like
They get a whole motorhome
to,
allowed.
through the
Yes.
chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve 11D with the amendments that we have consensus on from now to second reading.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I was gonna say, no.
You beat that horse.
All right, and I want to make sure that amendment includes no electrical hookup except for the 24-hour period. The amendment that he's
Say
talking,
electrical, it says service line.
service line means electrical?
Anything.
That's what I
Service line
understood.
can
it.
also
And
be
we-
water and
I'll put shall
Any
not be
utilities.
attached to any,
Service line including electrical and water. Can you clarify that?
yes,
Okay.
if that's.
Water,
okay with it.
electrical,
one.
water, sewage, who knows, because
It's fine.
if you could clarify that for a 24-hour period before or after, and you're going to figure out how to specify the 24-hour period is not, keeps running no matter what. Okay. We have a first, a second, a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilman Santeen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bravo,
No.
Councilman Behet,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
The motion carries 4-1.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next one. I don't know. if
Or
this one will be
11C,
so
I'm
long.
pooped. I can't even think about 11C now
Or-
with what we just went through.
Sure, and if we continue to 11, we've
That was
got
great
to
improvement.
get a motion
hook
to,
up.
to go
Just that
past
little
11
item.
PM.
I don't know what he's thinking because he doesn't have
This
a
next item
resolution.
is for first reading. An ordinance of the City of Miami Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 150 zoning code of the city's Code of Ordinances by amending Section 150-002 definitions and Section 150-016 off-street parking facilities, paving and drainage, lighting, landscaping, and minimum number of off-street parking spaces. Off-street parking requirements for single-family residential and duplex zoning districts relating to driveway design, vehicular parking, and permeability requirements, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve 11C.
Hold on for a second. Sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second it and
Discussion?
open it for discussion.
Okay.
Just a couple.
We'll open it for discussion. I have several comments on this. Does anyone else have?
Would you like to go first?
Go ahead. Go
Mayor,
ahead. You go
since
first.
Okay, it's just, oof. This is just another long discussion, I think. Oh my God. So I printed out all this for everyone so that you know what I'm talking about. I like what Sylvia did, maybe just some modifications to percentage for permissive, has everybody got one? Oh, you want to give one to,
let me
to
give
JC? I didn't have time to bother the clerk today, so. Who else?
Making up copies for.
Yeah, I'll have. Just let me know. So there was one here that I already saw that it's still in there, so I'm okay with it, which Mayor, it's one of the things you were targeting of not having people park on these areas here. You know, there has to have a driveway instead of parking.
Already.
Yeah, it already has that, so we can forget about that. Let's go to, where's the ordinance? Is this it?
While you're getting that ready, Councilwoman, let me just say
you go
the
ahead.
reason that that I wanted us to work on this is several things. We're seeing driveways. A lot of homes now want to build new driveways. Driveways have become, they used to be like a blacktop and, asphalt, and that was where you park your car. That become part of the aesthetic of the home, of how the whole picture of the home looks, and it makes it very nice. It's true. But I know I get a lot of complaints from residents saying, we're allowing so much paving of the fronts of the homes, and, we're turning into this like concrete jungle instead of allowing green spaces. What happens is, to me, it's not just the driveway. When we, create driveways, we're creating impermeable surfaces. And when we create impermeable surfaces or increase them, we're reducing the ability of the water, the precipitation, the rain, to recharge our groundwater and our aquifers, which is what supplies drinking water for all of us, for our community. So I feel that it's everyone's responsibility, every homeowner's responsibility, whether you have a small lot or a large lot, that you allow permeation of precipitation down into our groundwater, because ultimately that impacts us all. The other thing is, when you build a lot of, driveways, it increases flooding for your area, because the water runs off the driveways. If they're not permeable means they don't go through to the underground. They're running into the center of the road, and that increases flooding for all of us too. So it's more than just, what one homeowner wants for their property. It's really serious in, consequences for all of us, with flooding and with quality of drinking water, quality and quantity of drinking water, that will impact our community, in the near future, and certainly down the road in more and more years. The other part is that I've noticed, and I've spoken with Ulysses, is several driveways that there is no way that this meets the requirements of, leaving, and I think it's 30% permeability or whatever. These driveways are taking up the whole front yard. No matter how beautiful they are, they're doing that, and they're impacting, again, the sustainability of our community, of all of us. And we've had several cases when I've asked him to look into it where the permit was pulled for the driveway, and the permit that was pulled was consistent with our requirements of leaving, and I get confused with what it is, 30%, 40% of permeable area, right? It turns out that in several cases, after the permit was pulled and after the permit was closed and the work was done, the homeowner had, I guess, the same person that put in the driveway come back and add additional paving. And it's noticeable, first of all, because it doesn't meet, there's no way that this meets it, but you can even see where the paving is a little different in coloration of newer and stuff. And in those cases, we've had the homeowner remove the extra driveway that they've put in when it's been identified. But there's several other ones that I have pending of residents who call me and say, this can't be, they just, this driveway keeps getting bigger and bigger. And we've got several others that he's looking into, and it doesn't matter. And I want to state this for residents, even if that condition has existed for 10 years, and you've had this large driveway and now we're noticing it, it's like if you speed down, and I know the chief is here, if you're speeding down, Ludlam, and it doesn't matter that you speed every single day, I've been doing this for 5 years, 10 years, when you get caught, you've violated it. So, that thing of, well, I've had it here for years and now you're bringing it up. Yes, when it's identified, like everything else in code, it's our responsibility. That's what we're here for, is to make sure that not only that that we have codes and measures that create a certain quality of life that our residents expect, but that we're also enforcing them, And so those are the two things with the driveways. One of the things that I wanted with this ordinance is to promote that when someone wants to build a new driveway or an additional driveway, that they consider using permeable materials and permeable methods, which means that you still have a beautiful driveway, and there's a lot of very nice driveways you can put in, but you're allowing for permeability through the driveway. And so to give them some credit for the people that choose to use permeable materials, that perhaps to encourage that they can have a little more percentage of driveway than normally our code provides, because they're allowing the groundwater to seep through. They're promoting less flooding for our community. And there's a lot of materials right now that you could create very attractive permeable driveways. So that was kind of the background for this. Councilwoman, you had some comments.
Okay, so just to be clear to the public, we're not telling you that you have to make what is it?
Permeable is that it
Permeable
can run through.
driveways. These are just options that we're throwing out there to provide homeowners with a credit should they want to exercise these
Encourage
types
them, yes.
of driveways. But I do want to note here that it was noted on line item, this is what Sylvia provided, or Heidi provided to us on Exhibit A for the ordinance.
Sylvia, do you want to come up to the microphone? I'm sure we're going to have questions for you. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
On line number 13, it says typically 5 to 15% of the total surface area to allow to penetrate between the pavers and to enter into the base underneath them. I was wondering if we could increase that total surface area for the porous materials to more of a 10 to 20, because the whole point of it is to actually create some sort of drainage. And I think that having something with more open areas to allow for drainage would work. The paper that I provided, I don't think I made a copy for you, Sylvia, sorry. It says, especially targeting back on these big block like these like big poured blocks with like little strips, which can be used as a pervious driveway, but I think that we need to up the percentage
Can I,
for the surface area.
can
So
I
I just wanted
address
to read
that?
something really quick
Yeah,
before you get into
sure.
it.
Yeah.
It says, no regular block concrete is considered a permeable driveway. While the gaps between the blocks might allow for some water to pass through, the individual concrete blocks themselves are not porous and therefore do not readily allow water to infiltrate, making the overall surface largely impermeable. So I wanted to see if we can create, I guess, minimums for consideration of permeable driveways. And maybe it's here and I'm not,
Mhm.
but off to you, Sylvia.
No, okay, so that is a new definition that we added, right? That's not necessarily the regulation itself, it's just a way of defining a term that we're
Okay.
using in the regulations, but, and you notice that it says typically
Typically.
15, 5 to 15. It doesn't mean that that's all the universe of conditions, but typically. Now, I actually did have a little presentation ready, just in case you, but I don't have to do it. 'cause,
Sylvia,
um,
please do it. I think it'll put us all on the same page.
Well,
and-
I'm not sure if it will or not.
But also, and I wanted to ask you to touch on the county permeability ordinance
Sure.
because that's something that we're required to
Okay.
compliance with, and this doesn't necessarily, my understanding is we're not there yet. This doesn't,
It might, but not alone. That this is not the only thing that the county is requiring us to do. We're focused on this little section of that chapter, but there are other pieces to the impervious ordinance puzzle. And when we look at all of them together, we may have to come back and tweak this to make sure that everything works together. So that's when, when I told you this is a start, we may still need to adjust it. I think we're on our way to making this part be in compliance with that, but it may not be the only thing that we need to do. Do you think that I can share my screen really quick?
I think you can, right?
Because before I got my,
Wait, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
no problem.
Oh, I can't from here. Yeah.
I'm sorry that I forgot. Okay,
Break for me.
I will wait.
make it snappy.
We got 27 minutes before it's up the clock.
That's why I wanted to go really
We got a
fast.
motion in a second. You're doing good.
Good.
You have quorum. You're good.
Okay, let's see.
I don't know if Sylvia said this while I was outside, but a few of us will be attending a meeting with the county tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
The permeability
Yes,
one?
they're
Okay.
having a webinar. They've had a few public engagement sessions throughout the drafting process with the ordinance and then post adoption. So Sylvia and I have been meeting with city staff over the course of the last several months, identifying some issues that we'll need to address to come into compliance with the county's ordinance. We worked with the manager's office to send the required notice to the county that we will be, to the extent our code requires updates, which in our case it does, we will be making those updates this year by the December 31st, 2025 deadline. So the county's aware of that. And so, as Sylvia, I think, was mentioning, this ordinance addresses some of the things that will be addressed in that overall impervious ordinance that the county's doing. But we'll have other things that also relate to stormwater and flooding.
Thank you, Heike.
All right. I'm gonna,
Let's wait 1 second.
I'm just,
for
I'm
Councilman
gonna,
Bravo, but I guess
yeah. I don't want to
Perfect.
get into it, but
turning off the light, it's so hard to see the, thank
And I
you.
just want to say that I'm sorry, the quality of these graphics is not great because I didn't really have time to create graphics for this. So I grabbed them from other places and kind of fudged them a little bit for my purposes, but they're not consistent throughout. So just want to kind of start by talking about some of the terms. We have the whole driveway consisting of the parking pad, which is the portion of it that is used obviously for parking, which in our code is called vehicular parking area or vehicular area. And that's the portion of the driveway which is on private property. And then we have the apron or the approach, which is what we call it in our code, the apron or the approach. And that portion of the driveway is what is on private public property, right? And I know Jackie, sorry, Council Member Bravo had asked me about the flare outs, and the majority,
I
yeah,
looked it up. I was
the
thinking about putting
majority
the whole
of
side, but
the codes have allowance for flare outs because
course.
cars tend to
Yes,
sort of come
yes.
in. And if you don't have them, you don't have to have them, but if you don't have them, people then drive over
the
grass, right? Okay, so I just wanted to clarify a couple of.
So the flare out is just that little
Yes,
part
just the
that,
strip,
that goes near the
the little
street,
portions
right?
that,
Just
that
so
kick
everyone
out,
can
yeah.
know.
which is the 2.5 feet that you were talking about.
In our
right?
code is 2.5
Yes,
feet.
no,
yes.
that's fine.
All right. So I'm not going to belabor this because the mayor already talked about the dual purposes. And I will say that at the sort of at the front counter, we get a lot of inquiries, a lot of permits also that we review for driveways, a lot. And you're going to get tired of me saying this every time I come here to talk about an ordinance, but you know, the code is ambiguous. There are inconsistencies internally in terms of the provisions, but also even the terminology. There's in this section in particular, there's duplication of the provisions that are stated in different ways, and the flow is also not the best. So I think at some point I'm probably going to come back and look at it again and say, no, this still needs more work in terms of the flow. But for now, I did what I could. I tried to be very focused. You know, Heidi and I talked about the need to try and get this one through quickly. And so we're focusing just on a few things. So today, the maximum allowance of impervious area in the code right now is based, I'm sorry, the maximum vehicular and impervious area today in the code is based on a percentage of the front yard having to do with whether construction, not on the driveway, but construction on the lot is new or an existing structure with a new addition. So that language is confusing because why do we have to involve the main structure at this point? You know, it needs to be about the driveway, right? Because we're talking about a driveway for new construction or a driveway for existing, oh my God, I'm sorry, an existing structure with a new addition. But what about an existing house that is not adding anything, but still needs to replace the driveway? There's nothing in there for that if we take that language literally. So I think it is very confusing. And there's even an erroneous cross-reference thrown in there for good measure. So what we propose is to eliminate the distinction, whether this is a new house or an existing house, and go with a system that will be all-inclusive, but it's based on the type of driveway that you're putting in. And it also, for the purposes of limiting the amount of impervious area that you have in your front yard for not just stormwater, but visual aesthetic reasons, we're also including a standard for the maximum width of the driveway by type. And these are standard sort of maximum widths that exist in the industry. So, you know, I didn't come up with these numbers out of thin air. This, you know, I've talked to my civil engineers. They pointed me to the right places to look for. And this is what we have. And we have identified the 4 most common types of driveways that we see. There may be others, but essentially these are the 4. And again, pardon for the inconsistency in the graphics, but you know, we have the single linear car driveway, which in this case the maximum is going to be 14 feet. The 2-car linear driveway, in this case 22 feet is the max. We have the circular driveway, which is also called a horseshoe drive driveway or a U-shaped driveway, which is 14 feet in width maximum. And then we have the ribbon driveway, which is also called a Hollywood driveway. And those are the two thin ribbons without any other impervious support. And those, we have a maximum of 3 feet with a maximum of 3 feet of grass or pervious surface in between. These are just some examples. I'm not saying these are pretty or not pretty. These are not even here in Miami Springs. I took them on my walk on Sunday through my own neighborhood. So you see, you know, kind of an example of a 1-car or 2-car, the circular driveway, and the ribbons, just to give you a better idea. So getting into the language, again, you know, we have that first part, which my recommendation is to move away from the percentage based on construction, new or existing or whatever, and go with the driveway type. We also have some language in the code that has to do with materials. I'm kind of going back and forth a little bit in the documents, so you'll see just for my own sort of mental organization. And materials have a lot to do with how permeable the driveway is, right? And so this section had like 2 different approaches, one for the driveway and another one for the approach, and the lists of materials that you could use were different. So what we're recommending here is to consolidate those 2 lists, make them the same list of materials, and to look at some of the materials that are not in there that may and are common in construction of driveways today, and also to add some language to encourage the construction of green, sustainable, permeable driveways. So those include permeable concrete, which actually allows water to go right through. You see, you know, what that looks like in that picture. And also open, what is called open cell grids and permeable pavers and other types of materials like that. So this is just to kind of show you how.
Sylvia, and
Yes.
excuse me 1 minute.
Sure.
Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what we're using on the bike path on East Drive. We're building
That's
it
right.
with permeable
That's
concrete.
exactly right. Yeah. So yeah, so just kind of wanted to remind everybody what that actually looks like. That's the very, very porous aggregate sort of concrete, and it creates the possibility of allowing water to go right through, not through the joints of planks of concrete, but through the concrete itself. Then we also have a section that addresses, oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can move this. It's just that I can't see. Okay, here we go. Okay. Speaking of permeability, there is some language in there that talks about paver driveways. And this is where Jackie was referring to the joints. So we started looking a little bit into whether the size that was there is appropriate or it's updated. We look, there's like standard sizes of pavers, and some of them have to do whether they're brick pavers or actually the other types of like concrete pavers. So they vary. So we decided to recommend changing to have a little bit larger the maximum, and you can have anything below that. 12 by 12, but anything below that will work. And, you know, obviously the square foot area as well, square inches rather. And in the code today, if you have a driveway that is built of permeable, of pavers, not necessarily permeable pavers, but just pavers, you can get a credit of 10% towards the maximum vehicular and impervious front yard area. So in order to make it more attractive to build actually of permeable materials, we decided to add another incentive, which would make give a larger credit of 15% if you use completely permeable materials, so such as those grid pavers, open cell pavers, or the porous concrete, etc. That's what we have introduced there, with the requirement that specifications for those types of materials be submitted with the permits so that they can be reviewed. This is where we added that definition because we're using the term permeable pavers. And, we can talk about that, but, where it says typically 5 to 15%, I don't think that excludes anything being larger, but I do want to talk about what this could look like, right? These are some of the surfaces that we're talking about. And there are, when you use brick, much tighter joints. And that's why I didn't want to necessarily put the minimum at more than that typical, because that includes, obviously, when you have larger joints, you're going to have more permeability. But with the bricks, you have to keep them a little bit tighter, because otherwise there's a lot more movement in those. I think that the 5 to 15%, which is typical, will probably be sufficient to just say if there's more, then that's okay, because this is just the sort of the norm. Okay. Just some of the considerations for the approval of permeable driveways. Again, the joint width, which typically is a minimum of 1/4 of an inch, but could be less. As you can see in this example, this is a much tighter joint. Also, the material that is used in those joints, the porosity of it, the base material that you put those pavers on, and the percolation rate total of the driveway. There are no provisions in the Miami Springs Code whatsoever for synthetic turf. And a lot of people are using those types of materials in their yards. They're using them a lot in driveways also, because of this sort of trend of having the large concrete pads with the joints. So I think at some point we'll come back with a full ordinance that addresses synthetic turf, the material, the installation, the maintenance, etc. We get questions about, hey, can I put my entire yard with synthetic turf? And we don't have anything in the code to allow us to say no, or
But
how.
In here, you have it that synthetic turf will not be considered permeable,
I
right?
have it here
It's
for the purpose of the driveway, right?
Okay. That it
And-
won't be considered, because it
Correct.
depends, my understanding is it really depends on
the base.
The base,
On the
exactly.
base,
Depending
right.
on, no matter how much it runs through there, if the base is,
Correct.
often they use concrete or other
Correct.
things, so it doesn't. And there's the other concern, just want to raise with,
Yeah.
with AstroTurf. I know that's a generic,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a specific name, but what did you call it?
Synthetic turf or
Synthetic
artificial turf.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is, as it ages or as it wears down, the microplastics
Microplastics. Right.
start getting
Yeah.
into, if it's permeable, then they break down and they get into the groundwater too.
Right.
So the permeability of that is not really desirable either.
So we know that people use this material a lot. We want to begin introducing some standards for how it's used. We're doing it here. I'm kind of looking at this as a sort of Band-Aid for a time when we come back with a more comprehensive synthetic turf ordinance. But this is just in relation to the use of it with respect to driveways. Rock and gravel is something that is already in the code. So we didn't really touch this section. I just wanted to show you what those materials are specifically. And in the code today, when used in conjunction with landscaping, when landscaping is counted as non-vehicular area. But if you use it for vehicular area, then if you use it in the front yard for the purpose of parking, then it is part of your vehicular area, and you have to count it as part of that overall percentage that we are allowing. Now, the code doesn't specifically say, but in the case of corner lots, you can have up to 3 driveways, right? You can have a circular driveway in the front that has, sort of 2 entrances, and then in the back, you could have another entrance that comes from the side. So that's what this section is about.
If-
We try to clarify it.
If there's an alley.
No, this is like,
Side,
if you have a
back.
corner lot, if you have an alley, you could come from the alley.
Right. You need
But
an
this is
access
just
point.
clarifying that if you are on a corner lot, you could come from the side street
side,
as well.
yes.
Yes. Mhm. And we eliminated another cross-reference that was incorrect. Aprons or approaches. This is something that we didn't touch. I just wanted to show you how that looks like. We just left it the way it is. 2.5 feet is the maximum on each side of the approach. And then there is a section, a subsection in here that had language that even when we started here, even we were confused about. We interpreted to be one way. We were told that it was something different. And so, because there's really nothing that says how much setback you have to leave for your driveway from the property line.
I think I found it for you, Sylvia.
I'm sorry?
I think I found it for you because when I built out my driveway,
Yes.
it held me to a 7.5 foot setback. In this case, it's 10%.
No. So that's, let me clarify that, because the language was confusing to me. There was this statement that says a minimum distance of 10 feet shall be required between any two driveway approaches constructed and installed in and over the city soil and right of way. And when we were reviewing permits at the beginning, we were saying separation between driveways on different properties, right? And we were told, no, that is not the way that we have ever been doing it. And also because you cannot control where your neighbor's driveway is. If you're putting a new driveway, then you're going to be the one who suffers. If theirs is very close to the property line, you're going to have to push it back, and perhaps it doesn't align with your garage. Perhaps it doesn't.
Here, it's 10% of the front size of your lot. So, for example, mine is 75 feet wide. So they
Right.
did 10% of that, and they held me back to a 7.5 foot side setback to do the
Okay,
driveway.
that's not the way that I was told.
That's right here,
Yeah.
side yard requirements for building structures of any kind.
For
So-
building structures.
Right, on a 1 story height. So that's kind of like what that's what they were using
Yeah.
when I was building out my driveway.
Right.
Because
That's for the building, that's for the principal structure, but it doesn't necessarily apply to the accessory structures, even including the driveway. What we have been told is that historically, 2 feet is what was being required as a maximum of a setback between the property line and the edge of the driveway.
And that's not even stated on we don't have an ordinance with that verbiage at all.
No.
So they just came up with that.
Not that I am aware of. So what I'm trying to do here is to put language in the code that memorializes that. And whether it is 2.5, which is what I'm suggesting, or it's more, you can tell me. That could be up for debate, but that's what we're suggesting. Kind of trying to clarify that the 10-foot separation language that is in there is actually about separation between driveways that are on the same property, right? So for example, a circular drive, as I'm showing in that little graphic there, between the two arms of that U, that they need to be separated by a minimum of 10 feet. That's the clarification that I'm suggesting to that language, and you can tell me if you want to interpret it or look at it in a different way. And then adding language that says, we have a setback requirement for driveways, and this is how much you need to set it back from the property line, whether it's 2.5 feet or something else.
Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, I guess that's it.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
point of order. We're getting close to 11. Are we gonna do an extension?
You don't think you can come to a consensus in 7 minutes?
Well, I do have, well, I don't know. We're going to have to take a vote to extend the meeting.
Well, I'm just asking.
I have several comments on here.
Let's extend, Mayor.
Huh?
Let's
Let's
extend it. I'd
extend
like
the
to
meeting
finish
half
this.
an
I don't know
hour.
how much
Let's just
longer.
say an hour. We're not gonna, it's not.
15 minutes.
Oh,
15
all right,
minute
15 minutes.
intervals,
All right. Just so that we get into the discussion and, so we'll extend it to 11:15. Is there consensus?
Make a motion, yeah, consensus.
Yes,
yeah.
that's fine.
Is that enough? Just the consensus? We don't have to take a vote, right, Eric? Heidi?
We could do a voice vote. All those in
Okay.
favor?
A voice vote. All in favor?
Yeah,
Hi.
Any opposed?
Okay.
No. Okay.
Okay. One of the things I do want to get across, before we get into the other things is, when somebody builds a new driveway or they're, extending their driveway, whatever. And again, driveways, some of them are, most of them now, when we build new ones, are beautiful and they make the whole neighborhood nice. So I'm not against that. I just want to make sure that, that we're allowing for the permeability as much as possible, and also, for the aesthetics of, we don't become a, front yard driveway. But I believe that there's something in, the building department that if someone is building a new driveway and there is a swale tree there, existing swale tree, that we make them sign, and Tammy, maybe you know about it, something about that if down the road the swale tree causes damage to your driveway in the public area, we don't remove the swale tree because of that. You're responsible for repairing that. And I'd like to have that in the code itself. Something to the,
Like a hold harmless, so we probably.
hold
if they're-
harmless, and also letting you know that just because the tree keeps growing, because it's a natural tree, so it's going to keep growing. So in 10 years, if the tree's bigger and you built your new driveway there, and now you're saying, I want the tree removed out of the swale because it's damaging my new driveway, we're not going to do that.
Could I,
And any damage that it causes to the swale area of the driveway is your responsibility.
would you mind if I look into this, because this language may be in another subsection of this chapter already? This is a long section. When I say 150, 150, what is this, 150.016, I'm just looking at item G.
Okay.
And there's like G, F, H, I can't remember how many more, but there's a lot of language there that addresses a lot of different aspects of parking, driveways, etc. And it may be in one of those, and if it isn't, it may be a section, a new item that we add to that entire section.
Okay.
Not
To
necessarily
protect
to
our
this one.
trees.
Yeah.
Our swale trees.
Correct.
Because, the driveway will stay the same size, but the tree is going to grow.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, does anybody, I have a few comments on this. Does anybody want to start? Comments?
Go ahead,
Councilwoman?
Mayor. You start, it's fine.
Actually, Sylvia, I think a lot of them you clarified with this. One of my questions was in installing something that looks to be permeable, and should be let's use the example of, I don't know, permeable pavers. And they're installing the pavers, but again, the preparation, the base is what really determines whether they're permeable. So how do we have language in here that says the base, everything, it just can't be, I'm buying permeable pavers, and so that the base itself of the driveway is also,
Yeah, I
has-
don't have like a specification like that. But what I did add was language that says, if you say that you're going to do a permeable driveway, then you need to give us the specification of how that is going to happen. And we need to look at it and review it and understand, how it is that it's going to be installed, and we need to approve it. So in other words, you cannot just tell us, oh yeah, it's going to be permeable. You have to show us
In order to get the credit.
in order to get the credit, in order to get the permit as well.
Do the chair.
But I guess, excuse
Oh,
me 1
sorry,
minute,
go
is what I want to clarify is not just saying, look, I'm purchasing $6,000 worth of permeable pavers, because that's part of it. But the other
Right.
part is, the foundation of how you install it.
Right, that has to be part of the
So I
specifications.
think that needs to be clarified in here,
Okay.
that all aspects of a permeable driveway, all components of the construction of it are permeable, not just
Yeah.
one layer of it. Okay,
Mayor,
sorry,
to
go ahead.
piggyback off of what you were saying, I think we need to create a minimum standard for a driveway to be considered permeable. And I think that's what you're getting at. So a certain percentage of what's called, I guess, for what I'm understanding here from what I researched, is called a void ratio. So a void ratio for a permeable driveway typically refers to a percentage of open space within the permeable pavement material with a recommended minimum of around 40% for optimal water filtration. So I think if they're going to build out a driveway, for it to be considered permeable, I think it should be at a minimum of 40%.
Or yeah,
Because we don't have that stipulated.
we do in other municipalities where we have standards like this, we do get the specifications. The challenge that we have here is that we don't have an engineer on staff reviewing the driveways. It's just us and building department. In other communities, we actually have an engineer that is looking at the permeability rate that has to do with the void percentage or void rate or whatever it is called, and looking at the specifications specifically to make sure that it actually has the right standard, hits the right bar. Here we can ask for the specifications and we can look at it, but there's information such as what you're mentioning right now that I'm not going to have the capacity to know, because that's not my area of expertise. So
when they submit a plan and the architect submits the plan, wouldn't they
they would,
specify-
but I'm not, I don't have the qualification to say, oh, yes, you're right. You see what I'm saying? But it's not the architect, it's the materials that they're proposing, right? And that is typically looked at by a civil engineer.
Right. So to execute this ordinance, we would have to have someone on.
Not
on board to do-
necessarily.
No,
We
I don't-
can look at the specifications of a material that come from the manufacturer and say, this is permeable in this manner, right? What I'm not necessarily going to be qualified to do is to look at permeability rates or, and see whether they match or not,
I'm thinking the coverage. I'm talking about the coverage of the actual driveway should be
Yes.
at least 40% permeable. I know you're talking about the void ratio. That's already coming down to the material, right?
Right.
But what I'm saying is like a minimum coverage of permeable driveway for it to be considered permeable to get a credit. You can't just say, oh, I have like 5 strips of gravel. Like how do people know their standards or their minimum requirements to qualify for credit?
It's the entire driveway.
Oh, it's the entire
Yeah.
driveway. Is that
If you build your entire driveway of pavers right now, that's what the code says. If you build your entire driveway made of pavers that are a maximum of 12 by 12 or
Why does it say
144
entire driveway? I don't see that.
properties upon which paver driveways are placed over a sand base consisting of brick or concrete pavers no larger than 12 by 12, according to what we're proposing, or 144 square feet per paver, may receive a 10% credit towards the maximum vehicular and impervious front yard area.
Okay.
Performed to determine compliance with section blah, blah, blah. Driveways constructed entirely of permeable pavers shall receive a 15% credit toward the maximum vehicular and impervious front yard area.
Add in there, constructed of 100, totally, I forget what you
That's
said
fair.
about pavers. A
Yes.
certain percentage or the whole amount.
It's right here.
And not just constructed of that, but
On
with the foundation,
a sand base.
on a sand
Yes.
base, to make sure that we're
Yeah.
talking about the
Mhm.
whole construction, not just
Right.
the-
That language is in there.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So the wording that was in the code for the paver driveways is that the driveway is built of paver, entirely of pavers, and we added some language that kind of mirrors that, says that driveways constructed entirely of permeable pavers can get that
Okay.
15%.
And then my second thing was
Mm-hmm.
the whole 2.5 feet from extending it 2.5 feet from your neighbor to to make your driveway all the way almost up to your neighbor's property line,
2.5 feet from the property.
from
line.
the,
Yeah,
your neighbor's property line, I think that's a bit extensive.
okay.
I think that we need to team some green space there because we're gonna start having these large driveways going up to almost your neighbor's property, and I think it's kind of nice the way that the city is that they have that little setback. I mean, they treated me as a 10% setback of my front, which is 75. So that's why my driveway ends where my garage is, or my building structure is. So I
Right,
have that
but
grass.
there are houses, there are properties that have a side driveway that goes all the way to the back to store your RV or your boat, right?
Right, but
Those
they're
are
they're
much
already
closer to
done.
the
Those are
property
like
line.
grandfathered in, right?
Mm,
I'm saying for new construction.
so you would not allow a side driveway for the storage of vehicles in the rear of, behind your fence line? Is that what you're saying?
I would like that, but I just don't know if that's, there's some properties that are already like that because back then
Right.
those, they were just built that way. But for, let's say, houses that have no driveway, like these, and they're gonna build a driveway,
Mhm.
I
A
think
new
that they
construction?
should, a new construction, there should be I think a better setback, a side setback from your neighboring property.
Okay.
I
I'm a
mean,
little
that's my
concerned about
thoughts. I don't know what
conflicting
the
with the ordinance
council.
that you just approved to go forward.
Get the RV people back in here to yell at us.
Yeah, I want to show you a picture of the guy that was here with the RV problem, which is not an RV. It's a boxed, stripped, box truck.
I mean, if you've got a 2.5 foot setback to the property line and they've got a 2.5 foot setback, then that's 5
5 feet.
feet of
Mhm.
green between
Between them.
between
Yeah.
them. But I see the point that Sylvia's making is that if you're going to allow people to park things in the side, then you kind of have to have a driveway that gets you there.
And it cannot be, it cannot be a circular drive that, I mean, you're probably gonna have to put it straight through the side. So it's a little bit of a conundrum from that perspective. And I understand what you're saying, that 2.5 feet may not seem like a lot. 2.5 feet is consistent with the ability of somebody to bring the driveway straight through and then flare out 2.5 feet, right? Where it touches the public right of way, or the street rather. We can go farther in. I just don't know what would be reasonable in light of the prior
Like even
comments.
in my house, like on my right side, where's my bigger side, even if I go all the way up, I would have to go all the way up to my fence line to be able to like stick a boat or another RV or something. I would have to literally go up to not even the 2.5 foot side setback would even be sufficient.
Okay.
I just don't, I think that's
That's
maybe
what
a
I'm
case
saying.
by
A lot of
case.
people have that. A lot of people want that. And I just,
I
in
know, but
the
in my case,
prior
I would have to literally
discussion-
go up to
Yeah.
up to my property line, which leaves me
Yeah.
no 2.5.
I know, that's why, we have been, again, in the absence of that language in the code, we have been told that the minimum that has been required by policy, I guess, has been 2 feet or something like that. So, what I'm trying to do is make it official by putting the standard in the code. And 2.5 feet seem reasonable in light of that flare out. But
the flare out always, that's fine.
But the reason why is because you don't want the flare out from a property to go into the next property, right? So it's 2.5 feet maximum. Then you set it back 2.5 feet so that it doesn't go into the neighbor's property.
Also has to, the flare out also has to
The flare out has to,
comply with the setback.
the flare out, well, let me put it this way. I don't know if I can still share. Let's see. Might be easier.
Because if the driveway's at 2.5 feet from the property line, then the flare out will go to the property line, right?
it would at where it touches the street,
At the very tip,
at the very tip.
but it's the property line abutting the street. Where it's the very tip.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, just wanted to kind of go there.
No, you need the approach, right? You need that, so you're not going over the grass. That's not the issue.
There are some driveways that are created without flare outs, but the vast majority have them. So in this particular case, where you see, I don't know if you can see my pointer here, at this tip, in the case of a driveway that is close to the property line, this would be where the property line would fall. Right?
But if you extend it, you won't have a flare out. It'll just be straight in.
Right.
So you're getting closer to your neighbor. I don't know.
No, you wouldn't be closer to your neighbor. You would still have to be
Well,
2.5
if you
feet.
take from the flare out and you take that 2.5 feet and you take it straight up, if you wanted to extend,
You could,
your
you could
driveway?
not, you would
Couldn't?
have to be, so the line for the straight portion of the driveway is this line, all around. The only thing in the code, the only thing that is allowed to extend is those 2.5 feet of flare out.
so weren't you proposing to extend to make the driveway wider? Going all
No.
the way up to your adjoining
No,
abutting
Oh,
property?
no. No.
Sylvia, in your experience, having the apron right there at the property lines?
Yeah.
Is that reasonable in construction? I
At
mean,
the
it
property
seems like-
line?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
To have the
that's where
apron
it
go
is.
straight, allow it to go up to the property line. It seems
Well, I
like,
mean, if you have a
we're cutting it
sidewalk,
pretty close.
obviously it doesn't go to the property line.
no,
It
no, no, I
goes to
mean the
edge of
apron, like, yes, the flare out of the apron
Oh.
going right up to the property line, and I know it's abutting the street, but is that reasonable? Like,
But this is, so, if you, like, oh, you mean in the case where there is no sidewalk and the property line is
no,
at
where
the
there's
edge of the
sidewalk,
street?
but where, say, my property, my apron, the
Yeah.
flare out, the tip of it is touching the flare out of my neighbor, of his driveway, should he have?
You don't see it a lot, but it does happen in some cases, and you do have some fairly narrow lots around here. In fact, there will be a variance that is coming in for one of those that is extremely small, 4,000 square feet. And it has a frontage of, I think, like barely 50 feet. So it can happen because of that, right? And this is one where there is an existing driveway on the side of the house. So those situations do exist. They do happen. And the question is, do we want to kind of pull back from that? And if so, by how much?
Through the chair.
Make those non-conforming and require them to come into compliance as construction happens.
Go ahead.
I think you mentioned a couple minutes ago that you were suggesting, because we don't have side setbacks, right? When we construct a driveway.
There's nothing in the code.
Right, but you were proposing a 2.5
Yes,
side setback from the neighboring property. That's what I was,
for the driveway, yes.
okay, so that's something to consider on this ordinance. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Right.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
point of order, for the purposes of the recording, I think we need another 15-minute extension.
Okay, are we all in agreement? Another
Yes.
15-minute
Yes,
extension?
Well, we have to do it for the record, and it has
Yes,
to appear
thank
that
you,
way.
sir.
I'm sorry, it's only
11:30.
15-minute intervals, but
Yes. Are we all in agreement?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I want to move on with this.
All right, we'll get through this.
Why don't we include the flare out in
In the 2.5
in
feet?
the 2.5 feet?
That's
So
already
that
there.
if you want, like that picture right there, just don't have a flare out. And, so that no part of your driveway can encroach on the 2.5 foot setback. And if you're gonna have a flare out, then you gotta come in a little.
Flare outs we've already had. The issue is here, the proposal of 2.5 from your neighboring property. So here's your neighbor. And then you could come up all the way up to 2.5 feet from their,
Right. I don't have a problem with 2.5 feet, because again, your neighbor has another 2.5, that's 5 feet. But if, I see what the mayor is saying. If you have a flare out that goes out 2.5 feet, and then your neighbor also has a driveway, then they're kind of like
they're
touching.
touching.
Mhm. So why don't we
So-
just say that
I don't-
it's 2.5 feet including
Including the flare out. So the flare out, needs to be at 2.5 feet and the driveway
Or
needs to
don't have a
be
flare out.
5 feet. So that's what you're saying. The edge of the driveway needs to be 5 feet away from the property line, right?
Right.
Because,
If you're gonna have a flare out, then the driveway has to be
Right.
5 feet.
Okay,
From,
mhm.
To the 2.5.
or have you said the maximum
Flare out.
of a flare out is 2.5 feet.
right.
Right?
Mhm.
They have a bit of a smaller flare out. The point is,
Not too much.
every part of the driveway, including the flare out, can be no closer than 2.5 feet from the property line.
Right. Okay. Is everybody,
I think that makes sense, yeah.
No, I don't like the 2.5. I like that grassy area. That's just me. And then, yeah, combined, then you have 14 feet, but at least it gives an opportunity for someone to place hedges. Like my neighbor put hedges in the middle and I like them, I wouldn't be able to do, I mean, if we start getting closer to the houses, our lot sizes in the front are gonna look smaller. I don't.
But there'll be 5 feet, allowable 5 feet between two houses, between your 2.5 and my 2.5.
That's nothing.
No, it's not a lot, but
But I'm saying I like the driveway idea. I don't have an issue with the permeable driveway. I'm on board with that. But when it starts to like narrow down the green space to put driveway, I mean,
You guys think?
I'm kind of like Miami Springs is all about a little bit of green in between, right?
Right.
I want my space. It's just that's just me. I like everything else, but
George?
and what is
I think
allowable
it's
right now?
this, she was mentioning.
What is this? We don't have,
no, nothing.
Nothing.
You can go all the way to the property line.
you can go.
proposed, right?
We work really hard to convince people not to do that because we don't have anything in the code.
Yeah,
Like,
but see,
just
you know,
go
2.5
for it.
seems reasonable generally,
2.5.
but
What you
if you've
propose?
got,
I think
if you've
what-
got a situation like that drawing right there, then you got a problem.
Well, I think what we have to keep in mind is there's still going to be, correct me if I'm wrong, a limit of how much of your yard you
Absolutely.
can have driveway.
Right.
Yeah.
If you,
And it's going to be
Mhm.
your choice as a homeowner if I want to scoot it all the way over here. And, sometimes it just works better for how you want to. And if I want to scoot it over here more, or if I want to have it, it doesn't mean that everyone's going to be building the driveways there because we're still going to
Yes.
require that percentage of green space
right.
Yes.
Mhm.
on your yard, no matter where you want to do the driveway.
Agree.
But we're just allowing for that, where right now we don't have any limitation
Right.
on it.
So now what this brings us back to is the stable, which is where you're limited in how much impervious area you can have in your front yard by percentage. And that is all inclusive. It's not just your driveway, but your walkways. If you have, like raised concrete planters that don't, go into the ground or whatever. So anything that is impervious in your front yard would be included in that percentage. And also we are introducing the standard that limits how much driveway you end up putting, right?
And then we also, on top of the 2.5, we've also there on the circular driveway, we increased the impervious surface because it used to be for circular, it used to be 40 as well, right?
There was no distinction in the type of driveway, but overall, if you had a new driveway, then it was 50%. The thing is that these new driveways, the circular driveways that are not really circular because they're made up of these square blocks, right? They need a little more room to make those terms. And they typically don't even have a separate walkway. So if we can change that, if you want it to be 50%, we can do that, or 55, or, whatever that.
I
these
think what
were
we'd
some of
like, or
the-
at least I know what I would like, I think Councilwoman Bravo, but I'm guessing all of us, is to allow people to make nice driveways, improve their driveways, make them, but to make sure that we're still keeping a reasonable percentage
Right.
of green space, permeable area, and that is part of the aesthetic. No matter how beautiful your driveway is, if it covers 90% of your yard, the aesthetics aren't there because of, and for the other reasons for sustainability and all. So,
Absolutely.
um,
But given this table, the least amount of green space you'll have is 40%,
Right.
right? And I mean, that's
With a 1-car linear. They're all specific now. We didn't have that still.
right. But what I'm saying is that even with the maximum impervious surface, you still have 40% green space. So that's just shy of half.
and that 40% green space does not count the public swale,
No,
right? It's
this is all
their
private property.
space. Okay.
Yeah, this is
And
your-
that's where I see a lot of homes where I just don't see how that calculation is working out. And when you see that, I'm encouraging all of you, because the more you see that, the more people will say no, and others will say, well, they did it. And eventually we're just going to say, oh, well, it's, and the reality is it does impact us all. So,
I can tell you that every single driveway permit that has come through our desk in the last, I don't even know how long I've been now, but I guess it's like a year and a half or almost 2 years. We actually go even through the exercise of ourselves calculating the areas to make sure that they match, because sometimes they seem like they're more, or, and we do not approve a driveway if it doesn't meet that 40 or that 50% that is in the code today. So sometimes it has to do with a sort of visual perception. I know one instance that we looked at was a complaint that, there was a lot of driveway on this property. And when we looked at it, it was actually 2 lots, and one of the lots is undeveloped.
actually, you bring up a very good point, and I think I may know which one you're talking about, but we allowed in that case, or at least in one case that I'm thinking of, it's 2 lots, but it looks like one house has all this driveway, but really
Right.
they own the lot next to them. So
Right.
there's still, however, should that house down the road
Split up.
request to, which they could, because, I want to sell the lot next to me. That has to be part of our process. We've already allowed this much, the owner of this house is going to request, you've already, obtained this much driveway
If they-
allowance for your smaller lot. You can't now apply it to the other one. And
If
there's
the
not
problem
that
is if
many
they
of those
have-
situations, but
If they have the property as a unified property, or as under unity of title, we cannot say, well, you get this much for that part of your property and this much for this part of your property. Down the road, true, somebody could come and say, you know what, I'm going to, and we get, those inquiries too. I want to split up my lot, and they have to meet the requirement. And if that lot split went through and somebody came and bought that new lot and built a new house, they would have to meet the requirement on their own lot, right? And yes, you would have a driveway that would look disproportionate for the remaining lot at that point. But if they ever came back and replaced that driveway, it would have to be in compliance.
okay, so moving along, are we?
Just the one question,
Yes.
if for the circular driveway, that 60% is something that you guys want to reconsider?
I think that 40%.
You want to bring it
Is-
down to 40%?
No, what I'm saying is that I think that 40% green space
Uh-huh.
with a circular driveway is reasonable.
No, but impervious is not a green. Impervious means there's no water penetration. Pervious
Right.
means what?
These
Maria's trying to-
percentages are the maximum impervious area that we
Right,
have. So that 60% for the circular driveway is the one that I
No
know.
water drainage. So these concrete driveways that are going from like one edge to the, and you have like a little speckle. People are doing them already. I don't know how. Maybe that's why we're talking about them today, but
But
that's
if-
impervious.
But if you have a concrete driveway that's going from one end to the other, then how could it be, how could it not be above the 60%?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know
How-
how they're getting approved.
How could you have, I think
Well,
we
they
all
may not
want to
be getting
avoid,
Maybe after- So that's why you need to, I know I have
So they're doing
residents,
60%.
bring it to my attention and I
Just-
go, get it checked.
I just wanted to, if you look at the circular driveway photo there.
That's not 60%.
No, not here.
No, it's true. That one is not. But what I'm trying to point out is that these driveways, because of this particular design, they need a little more surface because they're not circular. They're not like a piece asphalt, right? So that's
not what
why that was the reasoning for having a larger percentage. But it may not. It doesn't have to be 60. It could be 55. So I just kind of wanted to.
See, there's
I'm sorry.
On the right side, and even on the 2-car, that's your 2.5-foot setback right there from your neighboring property. It just starts to look like Shenandoah.
No, you can't.
Yeah, actually, that's the
That's Shenandoah, right?
that's the yard. It's the long yard of the property of this particular property for the 2-car. So yeah, that's not the neighbor property line. I just want to make sure that if I go away with instructions, come back with the 60% that, like you let me know today if that's gonna change.
The 60% is
60%
impervious.
total
Impervious.
total impervious. And again, that's all inclusive. If you have a walkway, if you have your driveway, all of that is included. If you have steps, if you have a stoop, all of that is included.
Steps are included in the driveway?
I'm sorry?
Steps are not considered part of the driveway.
They would be included in the impervious maximum
In
because,
those
yeah,
blocks, when we have the concrete blocks and
Mhm.
people put in, and I know you said that artificial turf is not
In that
considered
case, it would
pervious,
not,
but if they
yeah.
put in the little pebbles that they put, that you can put in,
if they are,
then
on-
that would be part considered.
unless they are on an impervious, and
Because
unless they're
then-
placed on an impervious surface. Like if there's a slab and they put gravel on it, then that is not considered pervious. Right? The base has to be pervious for the material to also be pervious.
But if we allow 60% of pervious, impervious,
Yeah.
however, they're using pea rock, pea gravel or whatever in between, and we consider that pervious, then we could conceivably get a driveway that looks like it's 90% full. Because you have,
It
4
would
inches in between each.
It would only be considered pervious if the slabs, like the space in between the slabs, is actually
Sand.
or
Or something.
or dirt, compressed dirt or something like that.
And those are calculations that you and building could look at. I know you said you couldn't with the void spaces, but
We can look at what base they're using. I mean, obviously there are things that I'm not going to be able to do like an engineer, but if they come and tell me, well, if I look at the design and the design says that they're doing concrete in between the slabs, then it doesn't matter what they put. They could put, sponges there, but it's still not going to go
so
through.
yeah,
I'm sorry, there's a limit to the gaps between the block
For-
concrete.
The language that we're putting in is that the joints cannot be more than 4.5. For
I think what the
synthetic
mayor was
turf.
getting at,
Mhm.
can you have P-rock and assuming that it's on a base that's permeable,
Oh,
can you have P-rock, pea granite that'll make it look like 90% of your yard is impermeable just because you're
using such large percentage,
if the most you can have is
60% or 40% or whatever, depending on your driveway.
Remember, impermeable is not.
question.
Yeah.
If I just put pea granite and no driveway and just pea granite and that's all,
That's your-
that's
yeah.
That's
considered
permeable.
permeable.
That
I
could
don't
be
have to have
considered
grass. I could have just gravel
Yeah.
like that.
You could, yes.
Right.
And that's allowed
So it's
today.
not a question about green space or not. It's about whether it's permeable. At the end of the day, If 60% of it is what's
No, but
impervious,
but
then that's the.
there is,
Through the chair.
there is a distinction
Through the chair,
between,
point of order. Well, I'm just, yeah, we gotta,
for keeping
if,
track.
if we're not gonna call the question, we need to extend.
Yeah.
By midnight, I don't care what.
Okay, well, I'm just saying,
Yes.
well,
Try
that-
for quarter till, but.
well, I'm just saying.
All right. Yes, thank you. Is there a consensus? Another 15 minutes?
Sure, why not?
Just,
Always, it
just,
seems like the ordinances that seem like it'll be quick and it's short, you know,
Oh,
are the
yeah.
ones
I
that
was really
take
hoping.
forever.
I
But-
thought I would catch you guys
But let me ask you
tired.
something with the county's ordinance on this.
Mhm.
I'm concerned that these figures that we're deciding and all this, that when you look in more detail at the county, we may, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're
been up
nitpicking
there.
and then all of a sudden, because that permeability ordinance, I know is something a lot of cities are struggling with,
Yeah.
that we're going to all of a sudden, oh, we allowed this, but you know, this percentage, but it doesn't. And I'm just wondering if,
For this, I don't think that remind me, Heidi, but I don't think that is that specific to these types of provisions. I mean, there are like thresholds, right?
As I sit here at nearly midnight and try to think about what's in the county ordinance, I could not tell you. But maybe tomorrow after we attend that webinar, my memory will be refreshed.
and that's what
Let
I'm
me
wondering, if
just,
you're going to attend the webinar, you have a pretty good idea.
I'm not
of
going to be able to
what-
attend, unfortunately, but
Okay.
I have somebody
Heidi.
from my shop.
Should
We have a checklist that the county has circulated as well on things that we need to be looking for, as well as the ordinance.
Mhm.
The ordinance, the package, just so you understand the breadth and depth, it's extensive. The agenda packet for that item was about 100 pages long and very detailed, very technical stuff that I'm not even going to pretend that I understand in certain situations. So
And a lot of that technical part was actually for public works, not even
Yes.
for zoning.
yes, so I'm sure there's details in there. We just don't have them for you right now.
Okay, so I guess what I'm wondering is, and I'm just, again, thinking out loud at this point of, what are your thoughts? We could pass this as first reading, and for the next reading, by then you'll have the webinar, you'll have a little more, if there's something that, you know, we're saying 60%, but it really turns out shouldn't be, it's 50%. We can adjust that for the second reading, or should we just wait with this ordinance until
No,
the county
I like your idea. I think we
Okay.
can pass it, we can vote on it now for first reading and then.
with
Yeah, I
the
agree.
changes that with the discussions that we've had of, you know, the tree swale thing is important to me, that we put
Okay.
something in this driveway thing of,
But again, understanding
but-
that there may be already language in another part of
okay,
that
if you can
section.
find it, yes.
If
something
there
like that.
isn't, we'll add it, and if not, we'll look at what it says.
Because I can see somebody saying, I followed all your instructions for permeability and I built this beautiful driveway and it's totally permeable and all this. And now that tree 5 years later is destroying my thing.
Sure.
Oh,
And we may have
the tree
this-
remains.
we have, I've seen regulations that don't permit you to install your driveway where it's going to be within a certain
Distance.
distance, thank you, from an existing tree or one that's planned.
Okay.
In the tree ordinance right now.
Oh,
Is that in the tree
I
ordinance?
believe so.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can look at
Can look
something
at
like
it,
that as
yeah.
well.
Mhm. All right. So at this point, and by the way, I wanted to make a distinction between if you have rock or gravel, remember that the code distinguishes between vehicular areas and non-vehicular areas, right? So the 60% would be
The
applied
vehicular.
to the area that is considered vehicular for vehicular parking purposes. All right, so I have.
So, and to what Councilman Fahet asked, you can put in 100% gravel in your yard? Or
No,
like if I just wanted to do my whole yard 100% gravel?
Like that.
no, actually, you
should be
cannot.
added.
You can only use rock and gravel up to 10%. of your landscape pervious area.
So that would be
Right,
more
so
like,
that,
Okay, but not the vehicular area.
no, you can do your
Driveway
whole
could be a whole
driveway,
good,
Oh, driveway,
right?
gravel.
You can, as long as you don't exceed the whatever percentage.
whatever for the
50,
size of
whatever,
the driveway.
right? But if you're using it in conjunction with your landscape, then up to 10% is the
it's
maximum.
a circular gravel driveway,
Yeah,
but typically you would see that on linear driveways.
right.
So are you okay with circular gravelled out driveways, like rocks?
I'm good.
Okay.
It lets the water run through and it's,
Mayor, I like your idea. We have a motion and a second. I think we can.
okay. Do we have a motion, a second on
don't
this
believe
one?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, we-
I
It
don't
looks
remember.
like-
Okay. Are
Oh,
you
okay,
guys
perfect.
I second.
I don't say.
okay with moving forward with this to the
Yes,
second
yes.
reading, and we'll address
tweaks to it.
those? Any of us can, between now and the second reading, we can look into this further and come up with, yes. Okay. Let's take what do we need, a vote for that?
Roll call? Yes.
Roll call. Call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilman Santeen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bravo,
No.
Councilman Fahet,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
The motion carries 4-1.
All right. Thank you.
Victor, we leave.
Oh, wait, we haven't adjourned. Councilman, sit back down. We haven't adjourned. Just real quickly in
We're gonna
case.
watch the clock. for us
Okay,
if you leave.
Heidi, you have any? Okay. City manager.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm real quick. There's been some discussion and as you heard the last meeting about the River Cities. I met with Julie Arias, and she's looks like she's gonna do a festival. What it looks like right now, we're not 100% sure. But it's gonna be a modified version of it, likely. But recently, and I'm gonna be setting up a meeting. She has possible sponsors, donors that may want to see the full 3-day. So I'm gonna get the parties together and see if we all get on the same page, and I'll keep you guys updated.
The dates?
Don't know the
11,
dates
12.
yet. Oh, you know the date?
Yeah, April 11 and 12 for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
13, I think.
Um,
Well, 13 of it's 3 days, but
yeah.
11, 12. is 13.
Additionally, the CPO office across the street, we moved it over to the senior center. That was an initiative by Chief Castillo. It's to be closer on just be saving LETF monies, be closer to the seniors, and provide programming in conjunction with the seniors. And it's been quite a success so far, and they really appreciate the police there. So anybody that needs they're using the Brian Avila room all the way to the right. Anybody that needs their services, can go and meet them there. We also I'm exploring the possibility of using the space where the CPO was. I met with the landlord today. We met with the landlord today. Police still wants to use it for another portion of their department. And then the front part, I'm exploring using it for the passports, so we can kind of increase the amount of appointments. And it'll be nice. The Easton Oakwood project looks like we're still on schedule for the end of March. You'll be seeing asphalt completed this Friday on East Drive, and striping be completed by next Friday. The hedge installation around Stafford by the 7th. East Drive cloud restoration will be completed this Friday, and the pump station will be 3 to 4 weeks. And the South Royal Poinciana Street restoration, 2 weeks to complete. Outside of that, we're still on schedule for the end of March. And then the Centennial Committee, they've requested that they requested one of our residents, Millie, Millie from her sister does graphic design for, I don't know if it's Univision or Telemundo, and they offered their services to help us with a new logo design, and even take a crack at our website. So at the Centennial website, not the city website, at no cost. So I said, you know what? I could do that. I could work with that. Obviously the city, since it's I would want to maintain control over the final product and then be involved in that, but I want to let them run with the design and modernize it. So,
Yep.
I'm okay with that and want to keep moving forward.
Yep.
Other than that, Mayor, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. Good updates. Tammy? Erica? Anything from the city clerk's
Yes,
office?
really quickly, just to update, wanted to chime in on the passports, just to give you an update as the progress for the program. So we're slightly over a month into the program, and we're about 204 applications. So
Amazing.
it's been amazing, and that's why it's such a great opportunity that we can expand the program even more. And as far as elections, we are currently under qualifying period, and we have 10 individuals that have sought or are seeking a seat. And out of the 10, we have 6 candidates that have qualified officially, 4 that are still in the process. So just as a reminder, qualifying period ends February 14th at 4:45. That's a Friday. So we have about 2 weeks left.
Okay, thank you, Erica.
Yep.
All right, city council. Nothing, nothing,
Good
nothing.
night. Good night. Sleep tight.
Councilwoman, did you say? you-
So, really quick, CPO means Community Policing Office, right?
Yes. correct.
Okay, the one that's on Westward?
Yep.
And we were able to, I don't know if you were on board yet or it was still Alonso, but I asked to extend the lease on that because we're still using it. I was wondering if we
No,
got
yeah,
it up
when
to-
we were using LETF funds, it could only be because of LETF requirements,
Oh.
only 1 year.
Oh.
Now since it's not going to be LETF funds anymore, and we're looking at, with the revenue we make from the passports and some savings that the police are going to be, initiating, combining that. Now I can explore a longer term lease.
A longer term, yeah, because we're.
So,
gonna need that.
and that's the discussion that we had today.
Okay.
So in the near future, I'll bring something back so you guys can, obviously, I would have to go through legal and then ultimately be approved by you.
So
Thank you,
for
Chief,
the,
for figuring out ways to move things around and fit in all these activities. That's great.
so just for the record, I did like both ordinances. Just both ordinances just had one hiccup for me in each one. So that's it. But other than that,
Okay, we're moving
That's
on
it.
to the second reading. So the second reading, hopefully we can all
no, but they're
find
not gonna
something.
change.
That's that.
Not changing.
Okay. Anything else, council?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
This was really good.
Good night.
To all. Good night. Hope you feel better. To all, a good night. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I know.